understand the needs of society better and also be able to articulate what we call a compelling value proposition for their research outputs and also the technologies. Now, the use of knowledge that Mwalimu asked for in this statement, which I've just shown you, is what we call innovation. And for us, we say innovation is putting a new idea to use. If it is not in use, surely it's not an innovation in our context. And in most cases, this is done commercially by industry. And that is why we have new or improved goods and services in the market. Now, Mwalimu also said that the knowledge, as we said, should be used for the benefit of society, of which we are all members. And again, over the years, we have learned that a higher impact can be achieved if we align our efforts of commercializing research outputs and technology transfer with visions and aspirations of the society. And for example, you all know we have the UN Sustainable Development Goals 2030. We have Agenda 2063, where we are aspiring for a prosperous Africa based on inclusive growth and sustainable development. Here within the ESC, we have a vision of socioeconomic transformation and development, and so on and so forth. Different countries also have different visions. So it is very important that we align commercialization efforts with these visions and aspirations of society. Now, commercializing research outputs and technology transfer should also recognize the realities of the economic system where we operate. Here in the East African community, we have a mixed economy. And this means that markets are shaped by forces of demand and supply. However, because sometimes markets are imperfect, the public sector also does business, especially in crucial areas like energy, like water, healthcare, and public transport, like the railway. Now, in East Africa, also what we see is that most of the scientific research outputs are from public universities and research organizations. And these are mostly paid for by taxpayers' money. Because they are funded from the public funds, the knowledge produced are often treated as public goods. And this notion of public goods has been interpreted in different ways, and sometimes in ways that have hindered progress in commercializing research outputs and technology transfer. So as we know, public financing requires open source publications, and yet private funding has the business interest in mind. Many private companies would want to maintain trade secrets and exclusive rights to technology because this is what helps them to attain and maintain a competitive advantage. Now, for us, therefore, whenever we discuss commercializing research outputs and technology transfer from universities and public research institutes, we have to draw a very careful balance between these competing viewpoints about what is public good and what is private interest. But some scholars have argued that private sector and businesses actually create a shared value because the goods they offer, the services they offer, change people's lives in positive ways. And making a profit is not necessarily bad, because if they don't make a profit, they cannot survive and they cannot reinvest that money in research and development to continue creating value for society. Now, commercializing research outputs and technology transfer also requires, in our experience, a strong innovation system. An innovation system is the interactive learning that takes place among different actors, and they are guided by certain standards and policies and norms and so on. Now, a weak innovation system will definitely have less commercialization and technology transfer, while a strong one will have a higher chance of commercializing their research. Now, I've put here a figure, something that a model that we think countries need to look at. A strong innovation system would have these three interlinked functions. We call them functions. Human capital, where the universities and industry both produce skilled people, financing of R&D and innovation, governance to provide the institutional framework, including enabling policies and regulations, and so on and so forth. Now, when these three functions interrelate, then they stimulate discoveries, inventions, and innovation. Now, in East Africa, we have a little bit of these in varying strengths and capacities. So, for example, contribution to our gross expenditure on research and development from the private sector is less than 30%. While if you compare this with countries like Germany, it is more than 70% contribution from the private sector. So in our view, we believe that the public sector in East Africa should take a greater responsibility, together with development partners, of course, to grow the private sector. And in fact, in the forum like this, which took place in Nairobi in 2018, it was recommended that partner states should increase national research and innovation funds to promote sustainability and externally funded projects. And I suggest that we repeat this same recommendation here. Now, within the innovation system, we have specific arrangements where academia, industry, and government people work together. They communicate, they collaborate, and they co-create solutions. In this thing, what we call the triple helix, the roles of the different partners overlap. There are no strict boundaries between what private sector, public sector should do. Usually the aim is to innovate, to put a new idea to use. And I've shown you this diagram here. At APPPF in Bioinnovate Africa, we use triple helix relationships in a very practical way. Our scientists communicate and collaborate with industry to co-create products. Most of our industry partners are young firms, as you can see in this. And so they're young firms, typically less than 10 years of age, but they're also small, medium enterprises. And we challenge our colleagues in the academia to reach out also to larger companies to be part of this ecosystem. Now, regardless of the size and age, they use principles of open innovation, where the private company may access intellectual assets. We call them intellectual assets from the academic partner to beef up what they have as a private company. And also the academic partner may derive new research questions from working with the private company. So in this kind of relationships, we aim for what we call a win-win situation. And then, of course, we also work with entrepreneurial scientists to set up their own companies. So this diagram I've shown you here, this figure, is typically what we call the Bioinnovate Africa model. On the top part, you see our scientists partner with private industries. And then on the lower side, you see we work with entrepreneurial scientists to establish their new ventures. Now, as I come to a close, we have learned over the years that universities that have clear and functional policies for managing intellectual property and innovation are better at commercializing research outputs and technology transfer. So one critical thing about their policies is that they allow entrepreneurial scientists to start new enterprises based on their own discoveries and inventions. And these entrepreneurial scientists, and you listen to some of them in the panel, they become better teachers because they integrate theory and practice. And they also give students a better feel of real life situations on the ground. And students also have a chance to do practical skills in the business ventures owned by these entrepreneurial academics. And such entrepreneurial scientists, we have discovered, they nurture a stronger academia industry partnership. And we think that if this trend continues over time, then this forum, what we're talking about today, becomes a reality in our day-to-day lives. The second thing we've learned is that organizations, universities, research institutes that document their intellectual assets, and intellectual assets vary, but we think there are things like data, like designs, methods, models, inventions. Once they are properly documented, these people respond better to opportunities for commercializing research outputs and technology transfer. And it's not just enough to do this, but they have people, liaison persons or technology transfer officers. And they also have, maybe you call them innovation officers or IP officers, whatever you call it. And these are the people who facilitate this process within the university. And then lastly, what we've learned is that organizations that offer business incubation support services are better at building trust between the academia and private sector. Trust is a big issue in this topic that we are talking about. But when you have these incubators focusing on business aspects, then they build that trust relationships. These incubators now exist in a number of universities and other organizations. But of course, more work is needed to strengthen them. And my personal viewpoint is that they should be supported as public goods. And I hope that some of the innovation funds could be used to support these incubators. So in conclusion, commercializing research outputs and technology transfer efforts should first and foremost consider the needs of society. A lot of progress has been made, but of course, more effort is required to strengthen innovation systems that support commercialization of research outputs and technology transfer. And I think that, ladies and gentlemen, if we do this very well, it is what Mwalimu requested in his statement about what intellectuals should do. And I am glad that the landscape that we have today in East Africa is evolving to fulfill Mwalimu's wish. So with these few statements, I thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Julius. I think we need to appreciate him further. Of course, we've captured several items, and among that I'll highlight that I've really got from him is that as we align our efforts, research efforts to action, they have to be aligned to the national and regional visions. Another thing is a concept that
yes, sorry.
the concepts they are using of open innovation, utilization of entrepreneurial scientists so that they can integrate theory to practice. And of course, recognition that institutions that are providing business incubation support services are actually preparing in terms of innovation commercialization. And a highlight he mentioned earlier in this region, it has been noted that public sector has to show commitment so that private sector can actually be in a position to drive the process. That's the take that I got, and I hope I got it right. Before we start taking questions, because questions for this session will come, we have a very interesting panel. I'd like to start calling out the panelists. And the first one is Professor Ogwang Patrick Egeu. As Professor Ogwang comes, he's an associate professor of pharmacy at Barara University of Science and Technology. He's actually an inventor himself. You've heard of Covidex. This is the man behind Covidex. And apart from being a researcher, he's also into the production. He's an entrepreneur, and he's the chairman and managing director of Jenna Harbour Limited, Kampala. So we'll see a researcher. That is what is being referred to an entrepreneurial scientist. And Prof, as you talk, we'll expect to hear of your experience on innovation commercialization. Being from university setting, I'm sure you'll be able to also share the challenges that scientists experience while they are taking innovations at the market. And of course, not just challenges, your views on the best practices and what can be done better, because we feel that, of course, now you're already going round into the cycle. The next panelist that we have is Mr. Jumaine Mtabarike. Jumaine, is he with us? Karibu, Jumaine. Jumaine is a co-founder and CEO of Sahara Ventures. This is an innovator, an entrepreneur, and actually an early stage investor. So he's also nurturing other young innovators. And he's actually very enthusiastic about the future of our region and Africa at large. And like he says, his mantra is use of innovation, technology, and entrepreneurship to solve Africa's most complex challenges. Karibu sana, Jumaine. Let's welcome him. And as we focus on this topic, we'd like to hear, as your experience as an innovator, entrepreneur, and also let us know, do you have effective engagement with academia as a contribution to strengthening innovation ecosystem? And also, what are the secrets for success in commercialization of innovation and technology transfer? So that's to you, Bwana Mtabarike. Our third panelist is Professor Ambrose Kiprop. Professor Kiprop is a professor of organic chemistry from Moi University. He's also the current acting deputy vice chancellor at the administration planning and strategy. And he's further a center leader for the Africa Center of Excellence of phytochemicals, textile, and renewable energy. These are funded by the World Bank at the Moi University. So he's having some experience of coordinating a university innovation and incubation center. And we would like to hear his perspective in terms of, we are talking of innovation commercialization. Are universities flexible enough to accommodate the private sector And what are the best strategies for innovation commercialization in terms of taking these research outputs to the market? What are the experiences and what can we do better in that? Our fourth presenter is from the development agency, Mr. Tong Attack. Tong Attack is the head of solution mapping at the UNDP South Sudan Accelerator Lab. This is where they are dealing a lot with the young innovators, trying to get solutions that can solve our own challenges. And as Tong focus on this topic, we'd like to hear from the development agency perspective. Are there long-term strategies for nurturing innovators and innovation commercialization? Are there ways that you are effectively also engaging academia in the region? That's to you. Our fifth panelist is Ms. Emastera Gakuo. Emastera is the co-founder and director of operations at Savannah Circuits. This is a manufacturing and last mile distribution company of mobile solar coolers and dehydrators for value addition and post-harvest management. She's a passionate woman in manufacturing, and she's been honored with awards of her work in social entrepreneurship, including Business Daily as Top 40 Under 40 Women and Advanced Media 2019. As we focus on this topic of innovation, commercialization, and technology transfer, Emastera, we would expect you to hear your experience of innovation, commercialization, entrepreneurship, and manufacturing. And what is your view as an innovator in terms of engagement with and support from university innovation hubs, as well as government agencies? So that is our fifth presenter, our panelist. Our sixth panelist will be online. So our online support system, we want to know whether Mr. Fortunate Muyambi is online. Can display him. Fortunate is the Deputy Executive Secretary of ISTECO, East Africa Science Technology Commission. And he is involved in promoting and coordinating the development, management, and application of science and technology to support regional integration and socioeconomic development in the region, EAC region. And as he gives his perspective, he'll be giving a regional perspective and initiatives to support innovation, commercializations, and technology transfer. Fortunate Muyambi. Ben?
Yes, I'm here. I'm here, but my video is not enabled, so I cannot enable my video, but I'm here.
Okay, thank you, Fortunate. We'll get to you. So we start off with our first, I'll start with the Professor Ogwang.
Thank you very much. I hope you can all hear me. I've been asked to share my experience on innovation and commercialization of my research outputs. First, I want to start by saying that I absolutely agree with Professor Jude from Kumba University idea that it's good when the academicians also have a practice place, either in the industry or in the law chambers, because they make academics practical and more useful to society. The reason why we are considered non-useful universities because we are only in the lecture rooms and do not go to society to make an impact. And I think our medical doctors in Africa are preferred because they are trained on ward. They're not trained in a classroom only. You find them on the ward, and their teachers are on the ward carrying out surgery. So giving them practical sessions every day. While engineers, pharmacists do not do things in industry or where the practice is. Now, for me, going into innovation was a result of society need. I had a nephew who happened to have sickle cell disease. So when I was working at the research institute at the Ministry of Health, doing research on herbal medicines, the mother came to me and said that this young man is doing badly. He's always sick and so on, he can't study. So I began research to discover medicines from plants that could help him. And eventually I came up with a formula. When I gave it to him, he improved magically, greatly. So, you know, mothers always share their situations, especially sickle cell mothers who are mothers, children. So I began getting referrals from other mothers coming to my laboratory where I used to work. That so-and-so told me that we gave them something and their child is now okay. So slowly by slowly, I had like 100 children I was producing medicine for in my laboratory at Ministry of Health. But then one day I traveled to Ethiopia for placement for 1 month. And when I came back, one parent called me, said that, "Doctor, your patient has died. He fell sick and they looked for me. I was not around, there was no medicine, and the young man died." And I'd helped him from primary 7 where he had dropped out of school. He went back to school after when he gained treatment, reached senior 4. So this time when I was away, I couldn't make for him the medicine. Now that changed my thinking that I should actually go into large-scale production, put this medicine in pharmacies so that people can find them in pharmacies and other places, even if I'm not around. So that's why I decided to form a company in 2007, 7 years before I joined the academia. So I formed a company, myself and my wife as the directors. But it was a home-based company. I would use the kitchen at home to make some of the medicines for the patients I had. Eventually, pharmacists began calling me. Patients are here looking for this medicine, but we see your number on the product. So that's how I decided that now I need to set up a formal production unit. So I decided in 2019, that was after joining Barrow University, to set up a production unit in one of my buildings on Entebbe Road. And I hired a business manager. I hired 2 pharmacists to help in production and quality control. I hired an accountant and support staff. So a team of about 7 people. So we began producing, branding, and submitting to NDA for approvals, and then taking it to the pharmacies. Now, then 2020 COVID-19 comes and disrupts the business. But at that time, we chose not to go down with the team. We first shifted to making sanitizers because there's a demand for sanitizers for COVID-19. And then in 2020, when there was lockdown and the government of Uganda called for scientists to come up with solutions, at Barrow University, where I was then now working, so I would work in the university, but also have my company running. Our center leader at that time, Dr. Kasim Tolo from Farm by Truck, came to my office one day and said that, "But this COVID thing, can't one of these products of yours help solve it?" I said, "There's a possibility that one of them could work, but we need funding." By good chance, government advertised for some calls for funding, and then we applied and submitted 3 products, which we had developed some years back. When we got the funding, COVID now again has started ravaging the country. But then, with the product which we are testing, we needed to have sufficient data to submit to the National Drug Authority. So we are working day and night trying to find evidence for this product against COVID-19, because in my country, I think in Africa, nobody wanted to claim that I have something for COVID-19. They would just arrest you immediately. However, because the disease was affecting people, including 2 of my staff that actually developed the disease, and one of them was admitted in hospital, seriously sick, I decided to talk to him and gave him one of the formulas. And within 2 days, he recovered and was discharged from the hospital on the 3rd day. His colleague who was also sick, when he had his friend had recovered, called me and I gave him the medicine. These were our staff at the university. He also recovered within two days, testing negative. Then we continue to work with the students. I want to thank Farm by Truck, World Bank, and government for setting up African Center of Excellence. It helped us get good students from other regions, from Nigeria, Uganda, Kenya, that could work with us in the lab to generate data. The university is very important for scientific data generation to support industry. And so then as the COVID increased, I started getting calls from friends, relatives especially. We are sick. My cousin called me, him and his wife and the child, they were down on oxygen. I gave them the medicine, they recovered. So the message began circulating in the country. And eventually it became a very tough debate. Because we're not submitting data to the NDA, National Authority, there was a question of, was it approved, all those things, but the community wanted the medicine. And so I moved to my factory in Kampala from the university and we began producing more and put them on the market. But that became a blockbuster for us as a company because eventually I got a call from the president asking me about the product, how it came about. He had gotten his own information, how it was helping many people, and he gave me a lot of support to build a factory now, which we are constructing in Uganda, for develop a modern factory, and so forth. So I think that all this came because I was doing something as a researcher, as an academician, producing some products and helping the community. Now, what are some of the challenges that I experienced? First, when you work with the university, they kind of own you. So whatever you research or innovate is considered as a university product or property. But then also, you find that there are some things you do privately, either in your home or in your private laboratory, and you innovate. So with the question of IP always a challenge, who owns it? So this became also a serious problem during the time of COVID-19. The university thought it was made there. I also said, no, I made it before, so it was a serious challenge, but truth, I think, came out at the end of the day. The other thing, of course, is funding, where to get money to start this company and so on. But I learned as a researcher that whenever you win a grant, factor in the future of what you are doing. Because I had a vision to set up a company, I always made sure that every grant I got, I would make sure that I buy a machine for production and keep it at home or keep it in my factory. So when time came to set up a factory, I had most of the machines bought through the grant that I've been winning over years. And then, of course, the other thing that when in academia, you are teaching, you're also having a company, how do you manage your business? How do you balance the time? So you must have a very good workforce trained by you. The good thing I have is that most of my workforce were my former students. The ones that graduated through my hands are the ones now that joined my company. So it's easy to model them to manage a company. So right now, I run about a company of about 100 people. 30% of them are my own students at master's and PhD level and undergraduate level. I employ accountants, I employ several people. We support farmers who grow plants and supply them to our industry. We pay taxes, we pay NSSF. So I feel proud as a scientist, as an academician, that I'm not just a classroom person, but I'm also impacting society. And government, of course, came in and gave me land, gave me support to do many things. I think in the next 1 or 2 years, we shall be a company competing with the international companies in Uganda and in Africa. Now, I think the other question was on what are the best practices. In my opinion, I think it was mentioned by other presenters, universities should encourage academicians to set up companies or practice places. It benefits the university, it benefits society, it also benefits students. Right now, my company, students from Mara University and universities come for placement. In fact, they prefer my company because we are academicians. We organize plans to train them properly, engage them, so they're gaining skills, they're gaining knowledge, as well as some of them earn payment when they're with us. Secondly, society appreciates, when they say that Professor Guang from Mara University made the COVID, the university gains respect in society. But also, we contribute to the economy because we employ people, pay taxes and all these things. So in my opinion, universities should aim at benefiting from the pride from the contribution to society by one of the academicians, as opposed to looking so much on how much money you're making, where is this coming from? Because most times, the research funding does not come from the university. You write a grant in the night, you win the grant, you do the work, and commercialize it, and then at the end of the day, there's a struggle. But I think it's an experiencing point that we're realizing that the more we look at the bigger picture, the better for us as a university and also as a country and scientists. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. Now we get the second panelist. Of course, there we've gotten some key issues, food for thought, especially for people in academia, issue of IP ownership, issue of institutional intellectual property policy that is well understood by the researchers and by the institution. How do you juggle that? And those are the things that have to really come out clearly. And of course, the issue of funding and interacting with the companies that are established, that are spinning off from the universities. So those are key issues, and they are not the issues, but they have to be institutions must discuss and come out with clear guidelines about them. So our next panelist, Jumaine, our innovator and entrepreneur, and matters of strengthening the innovation ecosystem and working with university. Karim.
Hello, good afternoon. It's morning. Okay, my name is Jumanne Tambariki. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Sahara Ventures. And as our moderator said, here to share experience from the industry and our engagement with the universities. Sahara Ventures is a group of 3 companies. We have a startup accelerator called Sahara Accelerator, where we work with post-revenue businesses, helping them to raise capital from institutions as well as individual investors, from private sector as impact investors. But also we have a consulting firm called Sahara Consult, where we do management consulting, and part of the work that we do is to actually helping universities to transform to 3rd and 4th generation universities, incorporating innovation and entrepreneurship part of their core agenda. We are actively right now involved in 4 projects in Tanzania. One is called Innoversity, where we work with Nelson Mandela University, Sokoine University of Agriculture, as well as University of Iringa, to try to promote on-campus innovation and entrepreneurship program. It's a 2-year project, but also we work with Sapienza University in Rome and some other partners to support universities in Uganda and in Tanzania to establish on-campus startups and entrepreneurship launchpads. We are also involved with Antwerp University in Belgium on projects to build capacity around artificial intelligence in universities in Tanzania and Uganda also. So we're involved in multiple engagement with universities and research institutions, try to see how we can bridge the gap between the work that they do on campus and what the industry is looking for. First of all, I should also agree with my fellow 2 presenters. I really like the presentation from Julius. He says a lot about what are the practical steps that we can take as an ecosystem toward technology transfer and innovation commercialization. So getting back to the core of the question, so what are the experiences? I think most of the universities clearly and intentionally want to foster technology transfer and commercialization, but they face several challenges. One of the biggest challenges that we have seen is actually the issue of governance. Most of them lack internal systems and structures to allow that to happen, while there's a very clear structure on how academic and research activities are being coordinated and conducted. It is not very clear on how they embrace technology transfer and commercialization. So you'll find some universities established on-campus business incubation programs. Some are establishing innovation labs on campus. We have seen universities that are running fabrication laboratories, and there are very few who are actually running technology transfer offices or TTOs. And even when they decide to run the TTOs and all these other programs I've just told you, they are really struggling to mainstream within the overall structure of the university, which makes it very difficult to govern and also to hold people accountable, including even facilitate and support them with the required resource. So the key issue, the first one most of the universities are facing when it comes to technology and transfer and commercialization is basically the governance issue. The second issue is a human capital. Most of the universities, they want quick returns and quick results, and they're not ready to invest in building the required human capital for that to happen. In most of these incubators, TTOs, innovation labs on campus, most of the time it's just an academic lecturer who is transformed or encouraged to supervise these hubs and labs without any proper incentives, without any clear capacity building program to support them to possess the life skills to do that. So you find yourself, you're having an incubator or a technology transfer office where there are no legal experts, there are no business development services experts, there are no market linkages experts. It's just a lecturer who is running this space. And this lecture is expected to help this researcher or innovator to move from just an idea or product to a proper commercialized business without having any skills or resources to do that. So that is a second challenge that we have. Some of this was what kind of resources that we need, what kind of contracts arrangement they have with the researchers. So nothing is being documented, and there's no clear mechanism how they measure their overall progress when it's happening to technology transfer and commercialization. So that's another challenge you see. And the other challenge is also there is a misunderstanding, misconception of what is innovation, commercialization, and what is research, commercialization. So while there are so many innovations that are made, especially from vocational education institutions, but basically they are innovations that are not, these are innovations that are not based on research. These are innovations that are making data from students and curiosity, all from test projects that they're doing, but there are very few actual innovations that are emerging from a research process. So we are right now working with creators and also develop Funguos who to develop a framework for technology transfer and commercialization for higher learning and research institutions in Tanzania. And you can clearly see there's a confusion between innovation, commercialization, and research commercialization. Because when you go to the university, when you're doing a technical assessments, they will tell you we have a lot of research that we've been able to commercialize. But when you use practical cases, what you realize is most of the innovation they're trying to commercialize, they have not emerged from research work. So that's one of the issues that we've been able to learn from the process. And another thing also that we've been from the process is the break of the commercialization cycle. So in a normal way, you have research resulting to innovation, and then you can do promotion, maybe exhibition, and then you engage the industry for absorption, and then you commercialize the process. But the challenge with most of the universities that we've engaged with, most of the innovation ended up in exhibitions. Nothing comes after the exhibition. So they will have a lot of innovation, a lot of good product, and then they will go to exhibitions. They will win somehow. while most of these universities, again, when you talk to them about commercialization, they will say, yes, we are working with the industry, we have strategic partnerships, but there's a challenge of going MOUs. Most of the universities that we've engaged with, they've signed 50, 60, 200 MOUs with private sector, but nothing actually happened between them and the private sector outside the MOUs. So something which needs to be done is to actually go beyond the MOUs and also to find a way to strategically use the industrial liaison department on campus, because the role of industrial liaison officers in universities has been brought down to looking for internship opportunities for students. They're not doing anything else. So basically they'll call some private company and say, we have 10, 15 students here, are you ready to press them? But they can be able to do more than that. They can be able to establish strategic partnerships. They can be able to do sales and marketing about what is available at the university. They can be able to say, we have state-of-the-art labs where you can come and use our labs. So we have to rethink on how these industrial liaison offices are actually engaging with the industry. That is something we learn as a bit of a challenge. Also, the other challenge is also red tapes and bureaucracy. It is actually very complicated to establish a partnership with a university as an institution. So what happened is most of the private sector partners, they'll prefer to work with individual lecturers and researchers or communities of students instead of working with a university as an institution, because they know it's very complicated. You might spend 6 months negotiating an MOU with a legal department, not even the school. So these are some of the challenges that we have seen that are kind of hindering the process of tech transfer and commercialization on campus. And also, just to wrap up, also there's underappreciation of intangible assets. So when you talk to people about patents, about copyrights, about trademarks, most of the time on campus, nobody cares. They really care more about seeing physical gadgets and physical devices and toys that are being made by the student, rather than the actual things that can be documented, patented, or something like that. So these are some of the lessons we've been able to learn. We are continuing working with the universities. We have developed multiple tools. We have tools for helping universities to learn on campus entrepreneurship program. We are working on the tools to help university to do self-assessment. We published the tool a week ago where you can actually assess your institution, whether you are ready for tech transfer and commercialization. And all these tools are public tools. You can just access them from our website. So yeah, those are some of the lessons, what we have learned. But the intention is there. What we are lacking is strategy and execution to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jumaine. A lot of issues that are challenged, especially to our academia community. We'll come to them later. Let's hear, because we are now getting to one who has been involved in an innovation incubation within an university. And I'm sure you should be in a position also to address the issue which has been raised, especially issues of red tape and bureaucracies. Are universities flexible enough to accommodate matters of private sector, of course, in issues to strengthen innovation, commercialization, and technology transfer? Professor Ambrose Kiprop.
Thank you, moderator. Good afternoon, everyone. I come from Moi University, as you have been told, and I wish to kindly, maybe briefly, just talk about Moi University. It's second established university in Kenya. Is in the western part of Kenya. And Moi University, other than hosting the Center of Excellence in Phytochemicals, Textile, and Renewable Energy, is also among the 4 universities that are hosting the regional incubation centers, which is also in the same line of the thematic areas that we are working on as a center. As a university hosting incubation center, we have also had some challenges. And when I had the presenter mention a number of challenges, of which I was worried whether now also to mention my challenges, but now I have more courage to say, yes, indeed, there are challenges that I usually faced, because as researchers, you want to offer a solution. Yes, you have a research output, but many of us as researchers, we normally don't go beyond, to innovate. But of late, we have ventured into this and we have done quite well. So among the challenges that we face in terms of innovations is that you have a product, but you may not have the funding to support the commercialization bit of it. So the other one is the capacity of the researchers in terms of working through up to the end of having the product in the market is also among the challenges that we have had. And then we also have challenges in terms of developing the prototype. You may not have the necessary facilities to use. But having all these challenges, it has made us to find solutions on how to go about them. One being strategic partnership with a number of institutions, whether private sector or public institutions, so that we are able to overcome this kind of challenges. Of course, a number of institutions have come through to support us. There is the Kenya National Innovation Agency, has been quite critical in terms of offering capacity building for staff and students who are in the incubation center. And then again, courtesy of the World Bank, we were able to have Chitose Group of Japan and then Kobane, which have really assisted us a lot in terms of capacity building our researchers in terms of commercialization of the products. So again, our university has a technology transfer office, and this office is offering a lot of support to our researchers in terms of filing patterns, offering the necessary support that if that office was not there, it would have been really a big challenge. Maybe the other challenge which I may have not mentioned is that as researchers, sometimes we are not patient enough, and to innovate a product, it really requires some patience. So we have had at least some strong support offered by incubation center based at our university, encouraging and keeping the necessary tools and encouraging our researchers so that we don't lose hope in between. So the other big thing that is also supporting us a lot is the policies that are in place as a university, the research policy, the IP policy, and at the moment we are actually almost finalizing on our commercialization policy as a university. So we have embraced working a lot with the private and public industry. And one of the products that we have innovated as an institution is actually a biopreservative that is quite useful in terms of elongating shelf life of fruits. If I had time, I could have shared a clip whereby our researchers had taken the product to the field, in particular a place called Kerio Valley, where this biopreservative, when it's applied to mangoes, then it elongates the shelf life for over 18 days. And when the farmers heard about this, a farmer was really saying, I wish you had come slightly earlier. You would have saved my 10,000 tons of produce. So then the other thing that we are doing as a university is we have appointed ISO champions for every school so that they are able to follow up on the innovations that are coming up in the various schools. Other products that we have developed and also where we have worked quite closely with the industry is an Etemo solar dryer, which is for drying maize, and it is able to use solar. It can also use biomass, and so it's quite affordable for the farmers. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce. We've had various issues regarding the university's policies to guide, and of course the challenges. Maybe if you allow Tong, before we come now to the development agency, we can have Emma Stera, who is an innovator and entrepreneur, and has come from also maybe from the support from the university system, and the like. She can give her experience on what she's doing and what you can give in terms of your perspective on the support that you've obtained from universities, and that is university hubs and agencies, and what probably you think can be done better, because if everything may not have been so smooth. Welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. A bit of background before I respond to Dr. Salome's question. Savannah Circuit is a manufacturing and engineering firm based in Nairobi, Kenya. And we are specialized in food grade stainless steel fabrication, solar cooling, and solar drying. So our niche is solar cooling on the go. Essentially, we have mobile chillers that you can place on any means of transportation, from motorbike, that is a boda, all the way to the 30 tons and above commercial level. So the idea is to integrate cooling at every aspect of the supply chain, all the way from production, post-production, value addition, and distribution, all the way to the consumer. So combined with this hardware solution, we have a farmers management solution as well to provide for farmers geolocation, payment, and bring an element of traceability in the end. So Savannah Circuit was founded in 2017, immediately after graduation, inspired by a lot of research and collaborative activities back in the university. The question mainly we were trying to solve is, how do we solve our everyday problems in our value chain? Because we know majority of employers away from the public service is in agri and manufacturing across the continent. So we thought, how do we solve the problem of post-harvest, bring access to cooling in the most affordable way, and at the same time integrate it in a way that every person in the supply chain would be able to use this solution. So we integrated a concept called solar on body, and that tells you it's been a long journey in as far as ideation through to prototyping, trial, commercialization, and now we are headed towards scaling. So back to the question, is that a lot of the initial stages had to be really supported by a lot of expertise in as far as research goes. And we leaned heavily on existing solutions for cooling solutions. We collaborated with some institutions like Egerton University in very, very early stages to see what solution are already existing in as far as cooling for dairy goes. And we had to compare notes with what we have, what is existing in the market, so that we can be able to essentially solve the problem of access to cooling. After that, it came a problem of how do we bring this idea to life? That's where R&D comes in place, prototyping comes into place, and which essentially requires a lot of resources to come into, considering this was a hardware equipment. So with that, we were able to reach to different institutions, including the Kenya Innovation Agency under the leadership of Dr. Salome, where we were able to acquire the initial funding to try the product. And what we did as part of making sure that we are closer to market is produce a prototype as, you know, the best way we could, even in the initial stages that was very closer to market. So that once we present this product, potential product, to the users, these are dairy cooperatives, dairy businesses, there's farmers at different stages, even at commercial level, the big processors, so that we could get as much feedback as possible. It had to make sense. So it is for that reason that we had to work hand in hand with institution as such. We went ahead. Now, once we figured the you know, the design, the IP was well done, they came in a bigger problem after that. The product is right, IP is protected. Then how do we bring access to this, of this product? Then brought in the element now of the true entrepreneurship, setting up a facility, setting up structures, the human resource governance. And that's where now incubators came in place. So again, we moved on to the an incubator in Strathmore University and Strathmore Energy Research Center, where now the elements of entrepreneurship, which I think they should work hand in hand. So say we have a scientist, I think there's a lot of power in co-founding, so that you have a technical lead on the end of science, and then you have a strong lead in terms of business and entrepreneurship. So that's when a lot of capacity building came in place, a lot of learning, a lot of testing theories, strengthening value proposition, and further even seeing how we modify this product even further, so that's that we're able to keep the dream alive. Moving on, then came in an element where now there's collaboration now further into making sure there's proper licensing in place, there's compliance. For example, this is a food grade equipment, there's compliance and safety of, of usage of this equipment. So again, there are a lot of stakeholders and consortium coming together in place to test our product, lab tests to test the milk transported with the chillers. What was the output to be considered safe for mass production and distribution? So that was our journey, and that tells you hand in hand, research and entrepreneurship, they have to work together, because there's no point when there's good research and there are problems, this research should address, but it is on the shelves or it's not taking to the next step where the users and customers to have a sustainable use of this research. So together, hand in hand, like recently, for example, we've collaborated with the University of Greenwich as part of our R&D as an open innovation company to research on ways we can manufacture a solar-powered fish feed processing machine to make sure that we have affordable feeds for the aquaculture industry that are locally made, from locally existing proteins and other elements as part of the feed formulation. So this came in as a collaboration in a way of technology transfer. From the university that we had the concept, we submitted to the university, they extended the research heavily. And then we were able to come together and speak in one language, that this would be an ideal solution for the aquaculture sector, for example, in Kenya, as we scale to other parts of the country. So we're at piloting stage where there's a lot of good response from different players in the aquaculture industry. And we hope that we can, finally take this sustainably to market and make it accessible to all. So one of the things, away from the various successes we've had along the way, part of our experience and areas to improve on, again, I'll just echo the other speakers, again, is on the bureaucracy and ways of doing things. Normally, if you're on the side of business, you would want things to move at a certain pace. So it is important that, an element of proper communication, structured communication is in place to make sure that processes are able to move as fast. The other one is to make sure that institutions, there's an element of openness in terms of knowledge sharing, whether it should be through MOUs or just that different parties can come to the table and agree, these are the constraints that are there and this is the way forward. The other thing we've noticed also now from the business side, a lot of replication in as far as, incubation programs, support programs for businesses. So I think it's one good challenge that even away from the early stages of the business, maybe we can have mid-level focus and towards maybe advanced stages of growth so that every other player in the market or in the ecosystem is complementing the other. So yeah, those are the remarks from us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Emma Stella. Now we get to development agency, and we'll hear from Tonga Tak, the work he's doing in South Sudan. And more importantly, we'll also get to hear how, from the perspective of development agency, are there long-term strategies for nurturing innovators? What is your view in terms of engaging academia and also working closely with the existing industry and solving the solution within the region? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hello, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Tonga Tak, and I work with UNDP South Sudan. I'm a part of what's called the Accelerator Labs. It's a learning network where we've got different innovation units embedded across UNDP country offices around the world. Part of our role is to be able to bridge the gap between the current developmental practices and try to find a way to accelerate development, because we know that the pace that the challenges are currently going at are outpaced by the current developmental strategies. So one of the developmental challenges that we've been working on is youth unemployment. We recently, towards the end of last year, public universities as well as one private one. And then we ran a 2-day boot camp to try to understand we wanted to understand to what extent is skills mismatch a catalyst for youth unemployment. So we brought together recent graduates, as well as final year students, just to try and understand from their perspective, what do they think the gap is? We got quite a number of learnings from them. I think before we even talk about innovation commercialization, we found that actually there's a gap in what exactly is innovation. Most of the time, people think innovation is just about creating a new technology, but innovation is much wider than that. It's also about maybe developing a new process. It could be a new service. Innovation could also be a new strategy. So we also found that there was a gap in the understanding of what innovation is. Most of the time when innovation is spoke about, or innovation challenges are run, you expect to see a product at the end of it. So trying to change the whole mind state in students about how to think innovatively is one of the challenges that we need to try and face. Now, from a developmental perspective, development has always been typically run through projects and programs. Maybe it could be 3 years up to 5 years. And then at the end of it, you look back and see, have you actually made an impact? But what we see now is that the developmental challenges we're facing around the world, whether it's to do with climate change or youth unemployment, are running at such a fast pace that typical forms of development no longer can work. So if really we want to be able to make an impact, it has to start with working more closely with the private sector as well as academia. Now, what UNDP is doing, we are setting up 10 innovation labs within different countries across Africa, 10 different countries. There are university innovation pods going to be set up in Benin, in Guinea, Conakry, Lesotho, Malawi, Mali, as well as Rwanda, Sierra Leone, South Sudan, Togo, and Uganda. And what these university pods are aimed to do is to encourage students within universities to be able to engage in innovation and design thinking. The unipods will also focus on supporting and growing more impactful entrepreneurship by African young people, to be able to spur youth innovation as well as the grow the ecosystem. So from a personal point of view, as I was saying earlier, I think that we really do need to work more closely with the private sector. Part of what we did last year, we worked with World Food Programme and we launched an innovation challenge called Ignite Food Systems Challenge. And we had close to almost 280 applications. That was within South Sudan. And then we managed to get down to 8 finalists who were actually given cash prizes of up to $40,000 to be able to spur their businesses. So these are pre-existing businesses. So also, I think now what developmental partners should focus more on is that gap now from academia to the private sector, because if we want to make development sustainable, you have to look at, say, the private sector, because if they're able to make a profit, then you know that it's sustainable and it will be continuously running. But then if we instead pump more funds into, say, NGOs, we know as soon as the project is over, that you find that the funding is done, then the impact dies. So I think working with some of these young businesses, if at those early stages, if development partners can be able to enter in there and to actually direct development financing in there, I think that could help to be able to bridge that gap.
Tong, we've heard what is happening with the UNDP accelerator in South Sudan. They are working together also with the institutions there. But now the floor is open to the plenary. We've had various issues of need for IP policy as put forward by the practitioners already, the researchers, the inventors who has come up with innovations, issues of funding. We've heard of issues of the need of knowledge sharing from the private sector to the academia. And the floor is open. So we are ready to take a few questions from you. Maybe first we can take the first 5. Yeah, there's a gentleman here.
Very much. Can you hear me, please? Can you hear me?
His mic.
I think you can hear me now.
Yeah, it's on now.
Okay. Thank you for the panel. They shared with us different challenges and opportunities in regards to technology transfer. But I want to comment some to this topic because I have idea about it. In fact, to discuss about technology transfer without considering how those IP, those intellectual property are fixed is to go very far. Let's start from how universities are, how they fix those IP before you got an IP. How I don't know how universities conduct like patent search, because we can discuss for technology transfer while we don't have valid inventions or innovations. So I think we need to know how the practice, if universities here have practice about the patent search before even starting funding the projects, the innovative projects in the incubation centers. I'm commenting this because recently we started working with the University of Rwanda, our organization, African Institute of Intellectual Property, Innovation and Technology Transfer. We signed MOU with the University of Rwanda to facilitate them in terms of IP, to deploy the support to the incubatees in their centers, including these African centers of excellence. They have IoT and the renewable energy. So, but the critical challenge they used to have is the incubatees are not aware of, even though they are going to start building an IP, but they don't know, they didn't came across about patent search. Then sometimes we deal with technology transfer issues while because we didn't consider doing patent search in the beginning.
Okay, thank you. Any other question behind you? Behind there.
Thank you, Chair.
And please address the speaker who is you addressing the question to.
Okay, thank you, Chair. And my question goes to Dr. Julius Echuru and Professor Patrick Ogwang. I must appreciate that you've really touched something which is dear to me, and that is how to give an enabling environment to scientists who are innovative enough to put the products out there to help society. The question has always been IP and the ownership. As Professor Ogwang rightly put it, that the universities that employ the scientists more or less feel they own the scientists, and yet this kind of affair can make the scientists not to really do what I could say is their best beyond the box, because if they teach, if they do research and do community outreach, that's the bare minimum. But how can we encourage them to go beyond the traditional work that they have been employed for, so that the products that they have actually can really contribute to the national economy out there? So the question is, the IP, how to handle the IP issue. Should it be seen that the scientists should just do the traditional job and stop there and they are comfortable because then there is no question of IP and ownership? Or should we encourage them to go beyond and make contribution to the society by being innovative enough and come up with products in such a way that it is a win-win for their universities, but also to the society? This has not properly come out. I wanted to see if the two presenters can have an answer to it. Encourage the scientists to do the work they employed for in the university, but also contribute to the society by putting out innovative products. What is the best middle point? Thank you very much.
Thank you. There's a hand there, just in front of that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, moderator and the speakers. I'm Muhammad Pezamhigo, Vice Chancellor, Kampala International University. I really appreciate the discussion. My challenge is the definition of roles of the different stakeholders in the ecosystem. I know universities have received some thorough beating since we started this discussion, remaining traditional and being very inelastic in terms of facing into the future. Now, are we really trying to suggest that the universities should take it all, or shouldn't we be promoting, in the spirit of collaboration and cooperation within the region, role identification, so that we become like a conveyor belt in a factory system? I do my science, I stimulate thinking, knowledge is developed and created, and then we have other partners in line who can assist to develop and push the agenda ahead. So this is something that IUC, I think, is well placed to do. This is my proposition. Thank you so much.
Thank you. There are two hands in front here. Come. The gentleman in a striped shirt and the first one here.
Thank you. My question goes to Mr. Jumanne. And in particular, when you talked about the research process as the way I saw it is almost like as a conveyor belt or a source almost unilateral for innovation to happen. And it got me wondering whether is there no space for, because most of the innovations, some of the biggest inventions that we actually talk about today actually were discovered by accident. So maybe if you can say an example of maybe something like plastics or even penicillin, for example, these were not necessarily products of very thorough, robust research that had already gone before it, as much as it was seemingly quote unquote accidental. So my question then means that are you implying by your statements that all innovations have to be absolute products of a pre-existing research process? Thank you.
Thank you. Him. Then we take those 5, the last one.
Thank you very much. My question is directed to Professor Wang. I must say congratulations. I think I'm among those who benefited from the medicine of COVID. I think here in Dar es Salaam, sometimes back, from one of the professors from Uganda. He gave me a formula and he said, this is from Uganda. So thank you very much. My question is, how much support do you get from the government? Because we know that in Africa, if you want to develop in business, the government must give you support, because we don't have a large private business in Africa that has got a lot of money to come and invest in innovations like the one in the invention like the one that you have now. You mentioned that President Museveni called you and gave you support, but is it a personal support or is it institutional support? Are the people in the Ministry of Health supporting you, or because governments change? What about after Museveni? Because what I'm very surprised with is that, you know, COVID-19 hit us, but you still have 100 people employed, only 100, when many countries around East Africa would have been very interested in the medicine that was produced. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's hear from the speakers on those questions. You can start.
Thank you very much. On question from Dr. Kasim Tolo on IP sharing between the science and university to provide a win-win situation. I want to give my case, because my case was a very interesting case. Indeed, without the university being there, I would have not had the equipment to test the medicine. If I never had students, PhD students, masters to help me do the work, we would have not got the data within 1 month of data collection. I would have failed to prove that this thing works. The question also is that, should the university own it because it was tested there? I think no. But should the university also walk away empty-handed, yet the equipment was used, the was used? No. So I think we need to come up with a clear policy on what constitutes an innovation from a university and what constitutes innovation coming from outside for university to work on. Where the innovation done from the university, I've used the resource from the university, maybe the money from the university, equipment of the university, using the university lab, that surely can belong to the university, plus me. But if somebody brought me a product from outside for university to test, the university should benefit through either the testing fee or the contribution they have made to that product. In our case, Barrow University and my company have sat down and said, okay, we also made this part, you made this part, how can we work together to benefit on the product? So I think that's the way forward. Need to be clear. Some universities have clear policies. If you use the money from the university, the resources, maybe it's 60-40. If you got a product, maybe 20-80, like that. You need clear guidance. as from government support, so government of Uganda supports scientists and innovators, entrepreneurs. But the question is for you to be supported, how do you get there? Most times government makes calls. They make calls, you apply for it, you win, you lose, but it's a small percentage. Now, in my case, I think when I have also been competing for grants to make products and so on. I win them from government, from other organizations, but it took long for me to be recognized. But when COVID came out, like opened the door for government, say, oh, we need to support this man, because now they are seeing the impact of the product. Now, the support I get right now is not from government, but from the president personally, as a person. Him as a person took it on to give me the support. Because government offices are so bureaucratic. Even when they want to give you support, they also want again to take it back. That's the problem. But for me, in my case, it's directly from the president and someone like a special situation. So, thank you.
Yeah, so the question that I've been asked, but I'd like also to contribute a bit into the ecosystem approach. I think it will be very wrong to say universities should do this alone. It's a complex problem and it requires systemic intervention. And when you look at technology transfer and whether it's innovation or research commercialization, you look at the national and the regional level, and also you look at an institutional level. What kind of policies, frameworks, and regulations you have at a regional and national level, and how does these systems and the structures we have built at the national and regional level influencing what is happening at the institutional level? I know Tanzania, we are currently reviewing our national STI policy. I also know that we are currently working on a national innovation framework. So this document, I'm very sure there will be very important document, as it gives strategic direction and priorities of the government when it comes to innovation as well as research commercialization. But there are also existing some public documents like national research priorities and other documents that I think is extremely important on how we design this strategic collaboration and partnership at an ecosystem level. And yes, there should be someone responsible to identify and document innovation and technology that needs to be commercialized. There should be active involvement of the private sector in investing in research and commercialization. You need to have regulators who are actually facilitating and they're not policing the sector, so that you can be able to reduce the amount of research and innovation that's stuck because of improper or irregular regulation policies. You should invest so much into building human capital that can actually help you to facilitate the innovation and commercialization process. So hence, it is not only the responsibility of the university, it's a responsibility of the ecosystem, and it's an ecosystem approach if you want to get the results you're looking for. Now, getting back to the question that my good brothers there asked, the context of the question that was asked was focusing on academic institutions. I'm part of the National Innovation Competition of Science and Technology called Makisatu in Tanzania. It's one of the biggest competition that looks into innovation and research and what can be funded through the NFAS fund, which is also a public fund, and other existing innovation fund to support innovation to the next level. And when you go there, you'll find different types of innovators. You have so many grassroots innovators who are emerging from the community. They haven't done anything in terms of academic research, but their product and solutions are already being consumed and used by the community. But the problem is their impact is limited because the work that's been done is not scientific. You cannot be able to replicate it. Let's say, because it works very well in Iringa, you cannot say, we can actually take this product and take it to Kisumu, because Kisumu, they have the same problem, because the regulatory authorities in Kenya will struggle to understand what is behind the technology of the innovation that are being used. So the responsibility of researching on innovation that have come from a traditional approach or grassroots approach. That's the role of academic and research institutions. If someone is saying this medicine can actually treat your headache, and it has been working for years in our village, then actually to verify that medicine can actually treat headache to be scaled and commercialized in other markets, that is responsibility of research and possibly academic institution to say, actually this thing is scientific. So the most important thing is to actually find that important area where even non-traditional innovation that actually emerge from grassroots communities or from other alternative ways of how people come with ideas, if by mistake or by chance, how can we be in a position to actually make them in such a way that they can be absorbed and scaled? Because if it is not well researched and documented, it's very difficult to commercially scale it to new secondary markets. And also, lastly, I want to contribute also something here. It is very important to have researchers and scientists who are entrepreneurial, but it's also very important to understand your position as a researcher. We need you to do what you do best, which is actually researching and coming up with this new concept and new ideas. We need to create pipelines and frameworks that allows an established farmers network like Nakiete Farmers in Tanzania to be able to work with a researcher from Nelson Mandela University, where they can be able to share their patent, their ownership, their intangible asset, and the researcher can continue to research instead of carrying the medicine on the bag and selling them on the streets, because that's not what is supposed to be happening. That's not commercialization. Commercialization is not selling 50 or 60 bottles of a certain medicine in your bag while you're a professor. That's weird. You're getting me. The whole idea is if a researcher is good on what he does, let them do what they're really good at, because they can come up with so many innovation. The key issue is how do you create a system where when they innovate, they actually benefit, the university benefits, the community benefit, and the industry benefit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think Dr. Esuru, you'll also comment, working directly with researchers and supporting issues of innovation, commercialization, and technology transfer, especially on the aspect of awareness on patent search and the like.
Okay, thank you so much. So I think the gentleman there, patent search is important. And there are two reasons people do, or at least our scientists do patent search. One is to find out what is out there and be able to use that in your own research and tech development and so on. There are a lot of patents which are out there which can actually improve what you have. Some are already available for free and you can actually access that. But the second thing about patent search is to have what we call a freedom to operate. Because if you're working on something, you don't want to infringe on somebody else's patent. So I think I agree with him. It's very important to do these patent searches, depending on what your goals are. But to us, and we encourage all our scientists to do it so that we have a freedom to operate. If we know there's a patent in something, then we have to approach the patent holders for permission for us to use that patent in our own designs and so on. So I agree with you, it's important to do that. And I think this is the work of innovation officers or technology transfer officers within the universities to assist. I also know that the World Intellectual Property Organization has programs where they support universities to do this type of patent searches. Let me just answer one more from Kasim. Kasim, thank you. The question you asked is a fundamental and controversial. It appears there is no one size fit all, but what I can tell you is there are different frameworks of managing intellectual property rights. In Sweden, for instance, unless the law has changed, but in Sweden, scientists own the IP. Universities don't have anything to do with it. It's your business to own the IP. Here in Africa, it's a bit different. Where I come from, at APPPF, for instance, as an employee, 100% of whatever I discover or anything belongs to the institution. However, there are frameworks in place. There are also policies and say, should this thing be commercialized, then there's a certain percentage that goes to you as a scientist, a certain percentage to the organization, and so on. But even in our case, if I'm a scientist, let's say I get 30%, that 30% will come to my scientific or research group to continue the research. So you can see that different organizations have different frameworks. But for me, what I would say is there are two things. There's one thing to own the intellectual property. You need to define that very clearly in your policy. And then also you need to define very clearly how you share in the benefit. For most organizations, they choose to license this out. And then based on the terms of the license, you agree what kind of royalties will come to the universities, what goes to the scientists. And lastly, my personal advice based on our personal experience in commercializing, I think we should not overemphasize. IP is important, but we should not overemphasize it in commercialization because it frustrates efforts. I think it is very important to let IP be the enabler, okay? Use the IP to enable, don't use it to frustrate investment and commercialization. It is better to have a product out there which is generating funds, and then you can negotiate and say, okay, what type of benefits can we have and how do we share this amicably, but not to use it to frustrate. That's my piece of advice.
Thank you, Julius. Are we having any questions from our online participants? We are almost coming to an end of this. We've short our time. If no question, oh, there's okay. There are two burning ones who are here. One here and the other one there.
Yeah, my name is Saudi Mwakaje. I'm the IP attorney. Hello? Mine is not a question, maybe it's a contribution just to expand the narrative that has been developed. Some very interesting contribution. I just wanted to point out the issue of ownership. As I said, I do practice intellectual property as an attorney. I've been working with the University of Dar es Salaam for quite some time, and I've supervised and oversee a number of transaction arrangements relating to intellectual property. One of the things which I think we overlook or tend to either ignore when we talk about ownership is the responsibility that comes with the ownership. Because we're talking about different ownership framework where employer owns the IP. But the package of ownership also carries with it the responsibility to maintain the IP rights, which can turn out to be a very expensive undertaking to do the surveillance on a monthly basis, to pay annuities, issues relating to patent drafting, which can be a very expensive assignment. So within the institutional policies, normally when the employer owns, the employer also assumes the responsibility of all these operational heads-on costs relating to securing the IP, maintaining the IP, following up with the enforcement, commercialization costs, promotion, marketing, advertisements. So it's important also for researchers to appreciate this angle that if you own, it comes with the responsibility. So when it is 40-50, the net revenue normally the institution, R&D institution or university will have to take care of all the operational costs, deduct and get the net for sharing. So we should not just talk about the 50-50 or 60-40% without reflecting the underlying operational or maintenance costs of the relevant intellectual property rights. The final point regarding universities. I've heard a lot, but universities will remain to be universities. And we have to appreciate the context in which research is done within the university, as opposed to a private research entity, where the controls are quite significant when you talk about a private research institution. But the university, normally research is more of a collaborative undertaking, a communal thing. There are various levels where the proposal is being presented, is being vetted. These are not the practices which you normally find in a private research institution, where the information is kept confidential from the very beginning. So at the university, normally the exposure is quite significant. From the very beginning, information is shared, the progress of research is presented at various organs of the university. So that also, in some cases, create a complication when it comes to protection of intellectual property, particularly patents. So it's important we appreciate also the context in which knowledge is created in a typical university setting.
Thank you, Dr. I think with the interest of time, our panelists are still here. We can engage further. And thank you. On the issue of IP, we'll be having another session that will be detailed on IP issues. And actually, Dr. Makwaje, who is actually even a legal expert on that area, he'll be giving a plenary presentation on that, I think, tomorrow. So let us come to appreciate our panelists and our plenary speaker, and let's continue engaging and networking. Thank you. My colleague, Robert. Asanteni sana. Thank you.
A round of applause to our chair and also to all our speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to our lunch break now. And I've been reliably informed that our lunch is ready. So I'll request that we immediately go and partake of the lunch. There are coupons out, so please pick a coupon. Lunch will be served in the same place of yesterday, where we had our lunch in. We should be back and resume again at about 20 minutes to 3. Bon appetit.
Ibyo ibi binogo. Shabi cyogenda ma. Hello. 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 Kubera iki?
Good afternoon. Welcome back from the lunch. I hope you have enjoyed yourself and you had time to interact. I'll start with two announcements. Announcement number one, please, the exhibition is still ongoing. Some of you have not visited the stalls. And our exhibitors are complaining that they came for us and we're not there for them. So please, I will request all of us here at different intervals, we should be able to visit the exhibition stalls. It's very important because I mean, somebody has prepared for you, has come to so that you can listen to him or to her and you're not there. So please, let's get some time and visit the stalls. I know that the humidity outside is a bit harsh for those who are not used, but it's for sure. We pay them a visit. The second announcement, which I also announced again, is that all presenters, panelists, those who are presented as in the plenary, you have a meeting today at Holiday Inn at 6 p.m. with GIZ. So please be there. All those who made presentations, be it in the panel and also be it as a plenary, you have a meeting today at 6 at Holiday Inn. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session, which is after our lunch, which is usually a very difficult one, is going to be chaired by Mr. Ben Rohinda. Mr. Ben Rohinda works with IUCA. He's a senior systems officer. So he has been the brain behind some of the ICT automations that you see and trying to virtually ensure that those who are online are able to feel the reality of what is happening here. He's also the focal person for this skills project, which we have talked about. And we are privileged that in this particular session, that has a lot to do with the theme is on principles. The theme is on nurturing youth talent and catalyzing digital skills through knowledge. And I think that's quite befitting for him. Through knowledge sharing and systems change strategies, nurturing youth talent and crystallizing digital skills through knowledge sharing and systems change strategies. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together to welcome Ben. The floor is yours and the stage is yours. Ben, karibu.
Thank you, Robert. I'm privileged to be here, and it's an honor, and I'm happy to have this event taking place. I'm not sure yet if everybody in the room is ready for system change. So for me to do that trial, I'm just going to change with the number of people I'm flexible to deal with, and those are speakers. I humbly request the speakers to join these front seats so that when we are going to the panel here, we'll be ready. So I request the speakers to join. Luxo is the one who is going to give us a presentation. Thank you for making it. As he's coming here, I will tell you about Luxo. Luxo is a seasonal executive, over 23 years of experience. He have more than 14 worked in different positions of senior position. Actually, I've met Luxo in person when I was trying to work on the system change, and I'm very humbled to have you here. He's a managing director of education business at Adapt IT. He's a member of EXCO, Executive Committee Group, but also a group executive committee of this Adapt IT I'm talking about. Luxo will be taking us through on the presentation about nurturing the youth talent. And in doing so, he will help us to see how we can have the catalyst of catalyzing the digital skills through knowledge sharing and system change strategy. I will be introducing the list of the speakers when I invite them on the panel. So Luxo, the floor is yours. Come on the podium and give us the presentation. Thank you. I was in the technical team. Clap for him, please. So I will be requesting more skills in the technical team to give the slides their own. Thank you.
and you'll navigate for me.
Yes.
Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues. The name is Lutlolo Khubushe. I run the education business of a company called Adapt IT, which is based in South Africa, but does have presence and offices across the continent. We do have an office in Botswana. We have an office in Nairobi, in Mauritius. And we also have an office that is in Ireland, Singapore, Melbourne, Australia, as well as New Zealand. The core of our business is supporting institutions of higher learning in particular with an enterprise software for administration, which is applications selections. We also are a partner of a product called Moodle, which is a learning management system. We are certified to implement and support that across the continent. And over and above that, we do have within the broader Adapt IT stable other solutions that we are positioning and are being used across the continent. Just to give you, if you can just move on to the next one, thank you. Just from a presence point of view, I think firstly, just from a size, we're a fairly large organization that we're running with multiple verticals. From an education point of view, we are the largest contributor towards the numbers that you are seeing here. We have over 1,000 employees, as indicated, 10,000 customers, and represented broadly right across the globe. In the African continent, just as part of this introduction and context, we are supporting institutions in West Africa, specifically Ghana. We are also supporting institutions in East Africa. And as Ben has indicated, the University of Rwanda is one of our customers. And we also have got very strong presence in SADC, specifically Botswana, Namibia, Swaziland, Lesotho. And we support 17 of South Africa's 26 universities. And we are also supporting 24 of the country's TVET colleges. So the matter of speaking about the youth and the young people, it is something that is very, very close to us because we are, as part of our core business, dealing with young people. As indicated, we do have presence that spans Asia Pacific as well. And what also makes us extremely proud as a company is that the product we're talking about, we're not resellers of, which is our enterprise ERP for institutions of higher learning. It's a product that was developed in South Africa as far back as 1986. It is now 37 years where it has been supporting institutions of higher learning. And central to that is really just making sure that there is effectiveness and efficiency in terms of the spend that institutions are undertaking when it comes to the entire process of applications right through when we start to look at graduation. Also, alumni management is part of what we do. We shall be having a short stint tomorrow morning where we just explain a bit more about our business. But to bring it a bit home in terms of the topic at hand, we are looking at the question of the youth. And for us, I think it's important to contextualize Africa in that debate. One of the terms I came across, Mr. Rohinda, was something called Afro-optimism. And I think when you undertake this task, it's important that we take account of the fact that our continent, from a growth point of view, it has been resilient even post-COVID, and in fact has been able to generate globally the 6% growth that you are seeing, and it's been able to sustain that, and it is projected that it will still perform, I'd say, fairly impressively in context when we are looking at 2023, which is the year that we are in now. One of the things that one also learns is that the youth is really the youth, and it is very different to many of us who are perhaps looking on the other side of 40 or 50, depending on your age. and that the priorities for these young people are fairly different to what I would say we traditionally would have been focusing on. In one looks here at number 2, unemployment is obviously one of the key concerns that young people have. And they have that in the context of an Africa that has amongst others, the highest population of young people. And therefore, it's important that for our own long-term sustainability as a continent and as a people, we do take account of their needs. Thanks, Ben. So what then are we referring to when we're speaking about digital skills? There are a number of elements that are speaking to that. I really seek to make this addressed as a teaser for my fellow panelists so that we can actually walk through these and actually debate them as a panel. There are a number of elements that quite clearly for us we need to take account of. One of those elements speaks to the infrastructure that is supposed to support the development of digital skills. So from a skills point of view, that is quite key. And the whole debate of investment in broadband, cloud services and hosting of services would be sitting in that area. Another one that I would just pick here is really how to transact. People speak of digitization, digital transformation. And broadly, the key question then becomes, what then is the digital transformation, whether we're looking at it at a macro level or at a micro level. And part of the lessons from my side has been the fact that it is quite important that there is a process of distilling what that digital transformation strategy is, because much of the skills and the investment that is made is actually informed by exactly what that digital transformation strategy is. And when we're interfacing with some of our customers, we found that if the strategy is poorly defined, it then leads to investments that in themselves may not give the kind of returns that would be expected by, in our case, institutions. Thank you, Ben. So these evolve. I think if you can go in and do research, virtually every month there is a new set of discovery. So the first element you see there is artificial intelligence, and probably the most popular example of that technology at the moment is that a beast called ChatGPT. That is, I think, really changing. I would say revolutionizing how things are working on an AI side. The use of voice, I think, is quite key. There's been a lot of talk with regards to a blockchain as well. And the Internet of Things that also then speaks to different types of technologies and the required infrastructure to support how digital services are accessed and utilized. I would also, out of that, speak to the whole question of 5G. There's been a lot of talk, a lot of investment that speaks to 5G, but to put it simply, the interest there is to nullify or do away with buffering when one is accessing those services. And the question of data is also quite key at the present moment. And there are various debates in terms of how data should be managed. And also central to that is a question of how that data is secured. We know that some of the countries are quite key that there's localization in terms of the management of that data in respective countries. Artificial augmented reality rather is one of those elements as well that is quite central. I just thought one from a skills point of view, especially for young people, I just picked the example that one is seeing here. Because we work in the technology space, I can comfortably say, ladies and gentlemen, that the space is evolving and evolving very quickly. And one of the challenges we are faced with is the ability of institutions of higher learning, training institutes to pivot and change with the velocity that is required in supporting particularly industry. And I think one of the elements that we have to speak about is a question of how to make sure that institutions remain relevant in terms of being able to support industry. Thanks, Ben. Another debate that has taken quite a lot of attention is a question of hard versus soft skills. Part of the debate was whether or not, because of technology, there is going to be a redundancy with regards to people. But there is convergence and coalescence at the moment that more often than not, people are going to continue to be needed. It is primarily going to be the focus of the people in terms of interfacing with the 4R era that we are working on now. And when we recruit young people, or we're interviewing a lot of young people, we find that in general, there is just a lack of focus in these skills. And the whole idea in terms of the space that we're in is about adaptability into changing environments. I think also it's having the space to be creative and innovative in approaching and tackling new issues as they arise. So it's not just about having hard skills. In fact, the formula for winning in the era that we are in now, it is the ability to adapt to change. And that's why there's a lot of focus with regards to the EQ of people in terms of their readiness to be able to tackle this new reality. And here one speaks about data literacy as an example. If I pick number 7, the judgment and complex decision-making, that has been quite key. There is also a lot of emphasis with regards to the emotional intelligence that our own people would need to have in interfacing with these elements. Another one with regards to collaboration, because competencies now can sit in different places and in some instances can even sit in different countries. The question then begins to be, how do you work from South Africa, in my case, with an institution in Rwanda or in Kenya, and be able to create something in a manner that is collaborative? Other softer issues for us then begin the question of culture, the question of language, the question of infrastructure that is supposed to facilitate that space. Another phenomenon is the individualization of the brand that comes with social media. So you find that, I think the first person to pick this up was Barack Obama, who saw that if he invested in social media and positioned himself as a brand, he would be able to galvanize the US community. And there's general acceptance that that was actually his approach in winning the first set of elections in the US. And one, I think, can see what would have happened with Trump as a brand. And I think now there's a lot of investment around an individual. And that's why people call themselves now influencers. And it's primarily because of the use of technology. If you can just move on, Ben. Just some interesting things, because one sought to understand our reality as a continent. And the next 3 or so slides that I'm showing you are coming from the ILO, the International Labour Organization, to just give a sense of contextualizing where we as a continent are sitting. In terms of these projections, quite clearly, Africa, you can see, is head and shoulders above all the other regions with regards to what is projected to be a youth employment growth between now and 2030. 5 years ago, 2030 seemed as if it was far away, but when we sit now and look at 2030, it is virtually 6 or so years. Therefore, these are quite near to be where we're at. Thanks, Ben. Here, once again, we look at the projected impact of the investment in broadband, and these numbers in themselves are quite astonishing. If you look at Africa, from 2042, in fact, that is 2 million jobs. And you see that by 2030, that is projected to be over 6 million. As many of us know, because we are sitting in a continent that generally would lack a lot of the hard infrastructure, the investment in telecoms and broadband itself opens up a whole lot of opportunities. It's always been fascinating for me that you can travel to different parts of the continent. What you are most likely to find is a person with a cell phone, and now it is a smartphone that is able to access a number of different services. Thank you, Ben. This is once again just a different stratification of that. And here one is looking at different sectors that are projected to be significantly impacted by the investment in broadband. And there is a current way of doing some of this work, but the investment in technology is changing these quite significantly. If one looks at the African continent and its potential from an agriculture point of view, drones are making a significant impact currently with regards to how it is facilitating certain functions that are sitting in the space of agriculture. And one can look at a number of these. For example, if one looks at 3D printing now, it is broadly an accepted practice that you can build a full house with 3D printing at a fraction of the period that it would have taken normal construction workers. And the debate once again is what then happens to that skill, and the issue of training and digitization also then becomes quite key. I think on this second last slide, this was quite interesting when one looks at young people versus, I would say, the older population. Young people versus to older people, I'm including myself in the older generation, we typically needed to have some time to acquire a particular skill and leverage that skill and make money from it. And that's why you are seeing the flat curve initially until you've acquired experience, and that then rises exponentially. Because of the new industries that are being spawned now, young people can actually come out of institutions of higher learning, and sometimes they don't even come out of those institutions of higher learning, and they are able to actually transact in this digital economy and make a living for themselves. And a number of those examples that are being undertaken by young people. Ben? Then, as part of this teaser, colleagues, for the panel discussion, I'd just like to summarize from my end as follows, that we all know that our continent has a lot of young people as far as the youth population, and that indeed there are great growth prospects for that team. And there is also what has been encouraging from my own observations is the investment in technology enablement, both by our governments, and one has to really commend a lot of our political leaders, I would say, for the foresight and the support in supporting this this investment in technology. In the private sector, someone said capital follows opportunity. So that that investment by our public sector tends to be followed by private capital as well. We've got a strong education sector. There's partnerships that we are looking at now from an innovation point of view. This, in my view and part experience, will be a differentiator. It is the velocity of innovation. And this is not innovation in terms of doing things that are necessarily complex. This is innovation that speaks at unlocking opportunities and value in various aspects, especially of our own daily lives as a people. The other one that we've observed in terms of our business has been with regards to the curriculum of our institutions of higher learning. And one may look at that curriculum in terms of how it is structured, but there's also a point to be made with regards to our lecturers, our teachers, our trainers, and how they themselves keep up pace with regards to the evolution that is taking place now from a technology point of view. And we are finding that there's a bit of inertia in terms of upskilling of, I would say, the academics as well as some of the training institutes as far as that is concerned. But probably more concerning, and it would be an interesting part of the conversation, in my view, to ask the question as to whether or not the curriculum is aligned with what industry needs. And how this becomes evident for us, it is when we actually hire young people to join our businesses. And I actually saw this when we invested in the business that is in Australia. The ability of young people to come in and add value on day one, vis-a-vis them coming on board, having to spend a year or 2 years before they themselves are productive. We used to run a 1-year internship, but we found that it was at the end of that 12 months, it was when young people were really beginning to be productive. And in fact, we decided to extend the 12 months to 24 months, because then they would be ready to go and work even if they leave us. But at the same time, we're able to leverage that investment that we had made in their own space. Obviously, COVID introduced various modes of learning, and there's a lot of investment that is being made now as part and parcel of teaching and learning. I would say that there is a broad acceptance that we won't have a space where everything is online learning, that we are going to be having hybrid modes of learning. And that's where then the investment in that capability begins to be important. I'll just leave with the last bullet that based on the work that we've been doing in the sector, it is quite clear that African countries, African people, through their investment in technology, it can actually allow them to make significant steps to leapfrog forward and be able to compete with the best in the world. Let me end there. Thank you, facilitator.
Yeah, thank you very much. It was very interesting, and I felt I want to go deep in those statistics and the skill sets which are defined. Thank you, Logzo, for your presentation. I now want to call upon the panel members to join. I will be inviting them in the names and the sequence and introducing them and give a quick shot of what they are going to tell us about. But when we start also posing questions, I will repeat from the same. So members present and people online, today we got a chance to discuss again about nurturing the skills. Nurturing the skills at our continent, nurturing the talents and catalyze the digital skills. But the question I have, and the question starts with everybody, online and present, do we reflect the digital skills as expected in our training, service, and also recruitment? Does the core make it clear to call for digital skills, or digital skills is a subset of ICT? That's all. Maybe that's why we end up getting the figures high or not trained as expected. Figures of high of unemployed or unexpected. So I have panelists who are going to help us to tell us more about this. Professor Engineer Ndilangu Koin, the Vice Chancellor of Dedan Kimathi. He's a founding member and a founding Vice Chancellor of Dedan Kimathi University of Technology. He has been Vice Chancellor since he was awarded the Charter 14th December 2012. He has overseen the development of the university as well as key national projects in the university and ongoing activities and development projects for the National Science and Technology Park in Kenya. Dedan Kimathi University is comprehensive cancer management center. Under his leadership, this university also is conducting other different services, which we'll hear from him. He is a founding patron and council of deans and principals of engineering in Kenya. Professor, welcome. Come and take the stage. You will help us to understand how can academic or academia do to empower the talents, to bridge the gap, and also what are the possible initiatives. Allow me to call Mr. Gatare Ribere. He is a tech survey software program manager with passion for startups and love for reading. He's based in Burundi. He's currently the project manager of Acraris software startup that is constantly pushing boundaries with the innovation solutions. He will join us on the stage. He is not only working with this next big project of Acraris, but also he's operating manager of Akazoza service. Kindly take a stage. You will take us through and tell us how job for the future required advancement of digital skills can make impact with this academic collaboration. He is a graduate, not of many years back. He have managed to strive through and push for understanding the need of startups and also set up as entrepreneur. Thank you. I call upon my sister, the only sister on this panel, Ms. Magadaren, the founder of Edo Hub and chairperson of Countrywide Hub in Kenya. She's a computer specialist with passion on use of technology, entrepreneur and researcher to solve challenges in Africa, especially in the rural area. My sister, kindly join us on the panel. We'll be discussing more about the ICT for development, but also the impact. She will tell us how is innovation ecosystem in East Africa is supporting the knowledge sharing. I would like to call again Vice Chancellor, University of Burundi, Professor Odas Mana Irabona. He's a Vice Chancellor of University of Burundi. He is also a passionate researcher in computer-based. He is more involved with the activities of the membership engineering lab and technology transfer of the research center and infrastructure, as well as environment. A passionate computer scientist who progressed in the university and managed to make a better progress until when he see it off from the start as a scholar in the university all the time to the Vice Chancellor. Prof, welcome. As he joins us, he will tell us more on academia collaboration with industry and the experience in terms of catalyzing the digital skills transformation. Welcome, and you can take a seat. Apparently, our stage is very wide, and we are going to start with this point. I beg to have microphones. Good. Pass the microphone to Professor. Thank you. Prof, we are talking about academia, public-private partnership. We are lucky for today's session 6. We are going to focus on youth, talent, and catalyzing digital skills. We would appreciate to hear from your perspective, from the university perspective, but also how can we bridge the gap? Thank you very much. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. And also I would like to thank my colleague here for the very detailed presentation that he has made. So my comments is basically to add on that. But before I do that, I think it's important for me to, just as a way of stating, get us to reflect on the core role of universities and how the universities actually contribute to impacting on the youth. We basically impact on the youth through the academic programs that we offer. And for that reason, it's very important that whatever else we do, we build it on very strong programs, programs that are actually relevant to what the industry requires, but also programs which prepare the young people to be useful in years to come. We talk of lifelong learning. The universities, by their very design, have the capacity to determine what will be required in years to come. And there are very many tools we use for that purpose. One of them, of course, that the university faculty are always engaged in research. And in the course of doing that, they will interact with their colleagues across the world. And they therefore interact with the knowledge centers. And they can be able to identify trends as they emerge. I think earlier in the morning, somebody did say, the presenter from IBM, did share with us that what we are now discussing as GPT was actually developed in the 1980s. And if you go to the the reports written on the work of the MIT Media Lab, you find that all those technologies were actually there 40 years ago. So we are able as universities to project what will be required in years to come. And as we speak now, we should be looking at ways of preparing the young people for the careers that will be there 15 years, 20 years from now. And it's possible. The other thing is that as we talk of catalyzing the youth and making sure that you are doing the right thing, there are now foresight tools that also look at what the society needs. The previous presenter has taken us through the projections up to 2030. We are able to see how through the tools available from future studies, and there are very many UNESCO shares now that are providing this kind of tools. It's possible for us to be able to project that. So at the university, which as has been indicated is only 10 years old as a chartered university, one of the things we did is to look ahead and see the critical areas. And we have organized ourselves in a way that we contribute to this digital transformation. And that encompasses also the digital skills that we are talking about. As we talk of digital skills, you can look at it at two levels. There are the skills that every graduate should have. And we've been taken through, I think, a list of 20 or so. And those are very, very important. So the task for us is to figure out how to mainstream that and how to create a university, an ecosystem or an environment in the university that actually enhances the acquisition of those skills. I'll mention a number of things that we have done at Dedan Kimathi University of Technology. But before I do that, it's also good to look at these skills at another level. We now have the digital, sometimes the boundaries are rather opaque between digital and ICT skills, but we have new areas that have emerged where there are now opportunities for career development. Yesterday, we talked of artificial intelligence engineering as a new program in the top university in Turkey. But we also have areas like machine learning, Internet of Things, data analytics, which have become really very important. So as a university, we try to create structures to ensure that our students are either being offered specialization in those areas, maybe as part of the program or as a full course, and that the faculty delivering those programs are aware of what's happening in those areas. So one way we do that is one way in which we have done that is to establish a specialized research and research innovation and extension centers. And we have 23 of them, and they provide a platform where people who are specialized in those different areas can then work with students outside the formal curriculum. And we have seen that we are promoting or enhancing the employability of our students in those industries in a big way. The other critical aspect, the general aspects that we have talked about, they have been mentioned. I indicated the 20 of them in the previous presentation. One could also summarize the critical thinking, communication, creativity, collaboration, growth mindset. That also overlaps with the need, with the trade or the new aspect that we are looking at as an important aspect of university. That's entrepreneurial education. Here overlaps with now the digital skills. And I'll mention here, entrepreneurial education today cannot be realized without integrating in it or incorporating in it the digital skills. Because if you're talking of any business strategy, you must have an ICT strategy, and that also encompasses the aspect of digital skills for the people who are going to work in that business. So one of the things we have done is to create some kind of pipeline for the students so that they're introduced to that at a very early stage. And to do that is a question of having the structures and also having the policies, and in addition, training or developing the capacity of staff so that they are continually supporting the students' acquisition of those skills. We also have a number of centers I can mention specifically. The Data Center, Admission and Gaming Center, Software Development Center, Data Science, Artificial Intelligence and Machine Learning Center, Cybersecurity Center. And then we also allow private companies to come and set up internship programs within the university. We can send students outside the industry, but we do have an arrangement where private companies, particularly in the IT area, are able to come and do that. And we have seen that in a big way transform our students, those ones who are directly informed the internship, as well as those who are as well as those ones who who then end up interacting with the students involved in those internship programs. We also have a partnership with the private sector in Kenya at what is called the Ajira program. And this Ajira program promotes online work. And the students are introduced to that at a very early stage, and they are trained on how to acquire the skills that they need to be successful in carrying out online work. And this again is a way of preparing them to get them to interact with the world of work at a very early stage. So in conclusion, I can say there are also a number of other initiatives that I think the Inter-University Council of East Africa should also incorporate or link up with. We have the establishment of the Alliance of Entrepreneurial Universities in Africa that was launched in Kigali last year. We also have an Origin Research and Innovation Lab, which is under the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. It was launched just a month ago, and they are providing platforms for promotion of the things that we are talking about. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Prof. I beg that you pass the microphone to Gatari. Gatari, being an entrepreneur and being in the, what I can consider as private sector, and actually it's private sector, what are the jobs for the future that are required to advance digital skills? And how can academia collaboration with industry or productive sector nurture the right skills to fit the market?
Thank you so much. Again, my name is Libert, and thank you so much for IUCA and all the partners for the invite. To start with, you've mentioned that I'm in the private sector, rightfully so, and it's not just the private sector, sorry. It's also really working in initiatives that are geared to help students have the right skills that are needed by the market right now. To answer your question, before I get to it, I'll do a recap of what I really do on a day-to-day basis. And the things we have running, for context, I'm based in Burundi, and all our companies are in Burundi, except for one. You mentioned Kazoza. It's Canada-based, but then it's really sourcing developers who are bilingual, like Burundians who speak French and English. Yeah, so to give you context, as ACLIS, we started as an initiative as students really coming from different universities. I would say diaspora, some coming from India, some were coming from Canada, and then there is me who was coming from. The initiative was really to start a group of developers, teach university students pro bono, equipped with digital skills, but more the side of really high skills, those are in high demand right now. And then afterwards, that's when we were like, why not do a company? Why not really to support those initiatives? With the support from Google, we were able to have resources to teach and give these students in universities and actually high school, some of them, the needed skills and also assess them through competitions like Hashcode, competitions that are really global, to have a way of assessing, the level of skills that we have in Burundi. Yeah, to jump forward, so far we have a community of around 600 developers. So people who write, these are people who write code. These are university students who are in different years. There are those who are in senior years. There are those who are sophomore. But then it really varies. One thing they have in common is the fact that they have taught themselves, or at least through the programs and resources we offer them, be able to also, be on a world where they can compete with developers in other countries. Yeah, so to come back to your question, you've asked what are the skills that are going to be needed for the current job market, right? Yeah, just to state a few, I think my colleague here had mentioned some. As you know, there is artificial intelligence that's going to be in high demand. So whatever initiatives you have, whatever coursework you're going to revise, there is going to be the need for inculcating such. But machine learning, artificial intelligence, cloud computing, we have cloud companies coming around. AWS is setting centers in Nairobi. We have some who already did GCP for Google is already in South Africa. So we have these cloud providers coming, and there's going to be the need for students who, at least graduates, who are going to have such skills. So cloud developers, machine learning and AI, and then blockchain developers. When I say blockchain, I know people hear cryptocurrencies. I don't mean that. I mean blockchain in the sense of applying it in different other sectors, such as issuing land lease, having a way of controlling data around government infrastructure. And then we also have more other skills that are really going to be needed on the market. Through, I think you talked about VR, which is really coming along, and then voice technologies to enable villagers, people in remote areas to interact with devices really without even type, those who have issues with writing. Yeah, so just to state but a few, yeah, if I got you right, you also talked about how can the academia improve their partnership with the private sector, right? Yeah, that I think, as we have been mentioning throughout these forum, there is need, yes, for revising the curriculum, or at least integrating extracurricular activities that involve these technologies we've been talking about. So importantly, we, I think, need to include, not just include the private sector in trainings and so on. I think the most part that we need to take into consideration is to have the private sector do sessions that are out of school, right? You mentioned that I just graduated the other day. I can tell you, these young people, I was looking at the statistics here, the things they care about, they're more into really something that's being done right now, and they want to interact with people in the market as soon as possible. And yeah, so that's going to be maybe something they can do, like visits to companies, have them interact with them directly. Yeah, I don't know if I got your question right. Perfect.
Thank you very much. You have actually addressed it because you touched about the point of working with universities to revise the curriculum. You have talked very much clearly about nurturing the youth talent starting from the secondary school, because the normal common job market expect to recruit a fresh graduate, full skilled. But even you touched about the point of opening the doors for internship. You can use the real census of the truth. We are in this room, I don't know how many students, I don't know if I can take that roll call by hands, but the skills we are talking for and the people we are talking for, they are not with us. I keep checking online, the total number of people I have on the YouTube, they are very less number. So I think we need to start talking the actual of having the involvement of the people you are talking about to know what they could benefit. But thank you very much. What you're doing is great to my understanding and is making more impact. Kindly pass the microphone to Magadarine. She's a founding of Eldo Hub and a chairperson of Countrywide Hub. In our expectation of nurturing the talents and also catalyzing the digital skills, I just want to borrow your brain to help us in this region. How can it happen to improve the innovation ecosystem and support this knowledge sharing? Because I hear you are now in the hub, and to my knowledge of the hub is where every single we meet and the solutions will be found, or maybe the problems will come more and the solutions also will come. So tell us, how is this going to help in the innovation ecosystem in the region, and how? What can we do with this academic public-private partnership? Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I think I'm going to speak in two aspects, as the chairperson, but also as the founder of Eldo Hub. So as the chairperson of an association, this is an association based in Kenya that brings together all innovation hubs across the country. It is called the Association of Countrywide Innovation Hubs. So this network was mainly formed to support innovations in rural and peri-urban centers, because we realized that so many young people migrate to the capital city after graduating from university just to look for greener pastures. So we wanted to see, who else is doing what across the country and how can we collaborate, which is more on the, partnership that we are now talking about. So we came together from Mombasa all the way across the country and understanding what everyone is doing. And we were able to form the association, currently with a membership of 63 innovation hubs across the country, but then we have others who are likely to join. So in total, we'll end up becoming 125. So this is very good for the innovation ecosystem. We all know that most of the people in Africa are in rural areas. And in capital city, we are almost, even when you look at the women issues, we are almost equal. We always have access to opportunities, but then something which our fellow young people in the rural areas do not have. So that's one of the things that really encourage us to do that. And we've seen a lot of improvement. We've seen a lot of innovation coming out or in the rural areas. And today, during the discussion I had, there is a gap in an understanding what innovation is. And it's something that we've also experienced. People think that, innovation is a synonym for technology. When you have another innovation, maybe in food system or any other innovation, you think that, that's not an innovation, because we always know when there is an hackathon or any other challenge it's always geared towards technology. But then there are so many innovations in different regions in Kenya and even across Africa that can be commercialized, from food systems, from even traditional medicine. I know that the university is doing a lot of research, and sometimes we lose a lot of knowledge, especially the, I don't know, for lack of a better word, indigenous knowledge that actually we can commercialize. One of my friends commercialized, took the traditional medicine in my community that was meant to help women, mostly with the pain, especially in pain. So she experienced this. She was working in the UK, but eventually came back home. And when she went back home and explained the challenge that she's been having to her grandmother, she was given some medicine. And she was like, you know, I've been suffering all these years and my village people have this as a solution. What about if I commercialize it? Now she has commercialized it. She has gone through all the processes, and now she's making millions and millions of money. So this is also another area which we are looking at the university to support, especially innovation in rural areas, what people call place-based innovation. And I think this will take the quadruple helix kind of model, where we bring together the academia, we bring together the innovation hubs, we bring together the private sector, the government, just to see ways in which we can do that, because Africa is really, we are rich, but we need to explore that. And to do that, we really need to do it together. So that's as far as the innovation ecosystem, as far as my presentation on innovation ecosystem. So going back to my passion, that is being the founder of Eldo Hub. Eldo Hub is an organization. We are based in Eldoret, and we are also members of the association. And I think that's why I was elected as the chairperson. So in our focus mainly is we are creating opportunities for youth and women, mainly to benefit from the opportunities the digital economy offers. But we also want to close the skills gap in Africa's job market. And in particular, in 2020, during the COVID-19, we designed a project called the Digital Apprenticeship Program, where, you know, so many young people were at home. There was nothing much which was going on. Businesses also were closing, and there were, you know, nothing much was going on. You know, there was a lot of restriction. People could not be able to sell their product. Businesses were closing. So we selected 40 businesses. We asked them, do you want to incorporate technology in your businesses? And based on their need, we asked them, what are your needs? Some of them wanted to build e-commerce platform. Some of them just wanted an online presence to build digital marketing strategies. Some of them were more on the hard tech, like data science, data analytics, IoT, and the rest. And from their needs, we recruited young people, and 40 young people, and we placed them in these companies based on the needs of the businesses. By the time we were done with the project, out of 40, 36 of them had gotten job employment, and most of them were retained by these companies. So it really shows, you know, the need of this, of digitization and supporting young people. And I've had so many organizations here talk about boot camps, IBM apps, digital skills, the academia, again, they're producing all these young people out to the market. And in Kenya, 1 million young people enters the job market every year, piling up to the already existing high rates of unemployment. And where do these young people go after they graduate from all these training institutions? And then again, we have the MSMEs. That's a micro, small and medium enterprises in Kenya, which represent around 30% of the private sector. And so they really have the potential to employ these young people. So as this institution, training institution, you prepare them on the boot camps and all that. And we've also seen young people they become so desperate to an extent that they go and hold placards on the roads looking for job opportunities with all the qualification. One of the ladies in Kenya who was so desperate, she went holding the placard. She had MSc in cybersecurity and several other certifications. And eventually she was discovered by Facebook and currently a very senior person in Facebook. And then you realize maybe there's a mismatch between the skills that are required in the job market, but also, you know, we don't really prepare these young people when they get, you know, out of this training institution. And I think for us, we found a solution for them. And through the digital apprenticeship program, now we work with these young people and we also work with the businesses. And apart from that, we prepare them with soft skills, you know, those skills that are not necessarily tech, but are needed to grow one career. But apart from that, also, we partner with the Thunderbird Global School of Management, which is at Arizona State University. And all this apprenticeship program is an example of academia, public-private partnership, because we have Thunderbird at Arizona State University, we have Eldo Hub. We've also worked with the government through the Ministry of ICT and all that. And it has really been very successful. And that's why we want to scale it to the entire Africa. We even now calling it Sasa Kazi. And I know for Tanzania, you know what Sasa Kazi means. It means, for those who don't know, it means now work. So currently we have over 3,800 young people in our pipeline, and we still have a 90% job absorption rate. 3,000 plus have been matched in job opportunities. They've been able to deliver on projects such as building, incorporating M-Pesa or mobile technologies, integrating mobile technologies in some websites. Some of them have been able to build e-commerce platform, chatbots, data analytics, among other things, because even during COVID, these businesses could no longer ignore the digitization and digitalization. And some of the young people have moved from earning zero when they got into the program to earning over $2,000 per month. And some of them, even one of them becoming an iOS software developer in a US company without having to travel to the US to work. So really, Africa, with a large population of young people, which is estimated that by 2030, youth under 25 will be, most of the bigger population will be in Africa. So we need to leverage on these young people, and we've tried them and they are able to deliver on great assignment. It doesn't mean that, you know, they need to have 5 to 10 years of experience. They are able to deliver as long as, you know, as long as we can mentor them, we can train them very well and help them to be able to deliver on this assignment. So yeah, let me hand it there. Thanks.
Thank you very much. It is very encouraging to hear what is happening. Yes, please pass the microphone to Odas. Thank you. So I know I don't want to bring more comments at every speaker because I know the audience, I saw them noting, but I've noted something interesting, and it is the fact. The population of Africa is not in the city, but the innovation is needed for the whole community. So what is happening? We consume the products which are produced outside the Africa simply because the innovation or the solutions on the table are coming most of the time from outside, the solutions we believe. But we know universities building the skills and helping us to collaborate. So Professor Manirabona, you're going to help us to understand how academic collaboration in universities improve the youth employability, and also your perspective in how, also adding the voice to the previous VC, how to nurture the skills in university. If possible, if we can change even the system to your wish, not necessarily what have happened, But what you understand need to be done. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Facilitator. I just wanted to introduce myself as you did. I am Odasimani Rabona, Vice Chancellor of the University of Burundi. I am also passionate of designing systems and programming, especially mobile applications. The University of Burundi is a great public university, and it has about 16,000 students on 9 campuses, and it's running under BMD system. So I just begin by the question, what kind of graduates we want after university? For me, this is a very important question to ask. We may produce, we may have after the university, consumers or producers. Sometimes we focus on producers, but we forget consumers too. Those who will produce and make value for economic and social aspects. But those consumers also play a very important role in this kind of skills. What do I mean? I give an example. We are talking about new technologies like 5G. In many countries, this technology is not yet available, but a consumer can see a smartphone with 5G and can try to buy it, and this option is useless for him. I think you understand me what I mean. But what we need, this one called digital education. I tackle this in 3 aspects, and these aspects are what we are learning today at the University of Burundi. We started by integrating some digital courses in all programs from bachelor to PhD level. In its way, we think that the graduates will have after university will be able to adapt to the technological change in our societies. What another aspect is about incubation centers that we are trying to create at the University of Burundi. These incubation centers are not for only students, but for all young people around the campuses we have. In this way, all the young people can come and experience what we are running at university and exchange experiences. We can learn each other. And there another aspect that I think is somehow new, what we can call a swimming pool or a souk, like in the Arabic countries say, a souk. When you enter the souk, you do whatever you want. Everybody who enters a souk, he does what he wants. But the first aspect is consume or sell, right? Or another aspect is when we enter in a swimming room, a swimming pool, is for swimming, but we swim in different ways. So in these rooms, what we want, computer rooms, we want young people to enter and create in their ways, And after this leads to this, the third aspect, to promote innovations. To promote innovations, it seems like somehow banal, not extraordinarily explain it, but for us, it's very important. It's very important in this way that when they enter the swimming pool, as I said, they come back with these innovations they have, and you wanted to promote them and to share with them the experience they have in that computer room, and take them to the society so that they can be used for the community. As a programmer, when you don't tell our students for the future jobs, the future needs of technology needs, we are running our programs for last needs. We think that sometimes universities are focusing on last needs. They don't tackle the problem, the current problem, and the future problems we can face. The first presenter said about many kind of technologies and the challenges we face, like artificial intelligence, 5G, we can say metaverse, we can cite, for example, augmented reality. All these aspects must have told to our graduates to know how they can adapt to the coming challenges in our society, so they can adapt. These aspects, I say, are here to explain how the university and the private sector must be linked one each other to exchange experiences and exchange their needs. Universities can learn from private sector and know what they need. And in its way, they can adapt their curricula. Or the private sector can learn from universities by improving how they are doing. In this way, I think this is not possible if we don't have enough broadband access and provide, for example, this collaborative way between universities and the university, between universities themselves and the university with the private sector. This is what I think as a university leader we can consider to promote this linkage between university and private sector or professional world. Thank you.
A round of applause to all panelists and the presenter. Thank you. For the participants online, the question and answers is open. And we are also going to start receiving the questions and answers in the plenary. I'm waiting to give a mic. I need to be helped if any has a question. Yes, kindly, there is a hand from that side. Let me see where the hands are, and then I direct the microphones. Yes. We start from that side, in the middle, and we come this side. I beg to be assisted. If there is any roaming microphone in the room, kindly identify it.
Thank you. My name is Titus Ngatia. I'm the director, Effortless Insight Africa. And my question is rather general to all the panelists, but I drew it a little bit from Chepkemoy's presentation, which is what you also pointed, very profoundly, that 80% of Africa's population is in the rural areas. And of course, the rural-urban migration is primarily driven by search for jobs, right? And it is more of a reflection rather than a direct question, but I can't help but imagine how the disruptions we've had in the 21st century around even the definition of what a job is. You've had that discussion around the gig economy and in the past, we had this linear in the previous century, we had this linear approach. We went to school, you worked hard, you went to university, then from there you got a good job, and usually it would be permanent and pensionable. But now, by dint of how technology has been disrupting almost every employment ecosystem, is such that the unpredictability is so high, such that you wouldn't call anything permanent in any way. Just recently, I was looking at the top 10 jobs that didn't exist 5 years ago. Just 5 years ago, even something like now, virtual reality assistant or virtual reality consultant, social media manager, all these positions, some of them maybe 10 years ago, it would have been unimaginable. All these social media influencers we hear about. So I can't help but reflect, even as we talk about the pivot or the connection between university and the job market, I have a concern that perhaps we might still be reimagining it from a linear, we're still imagining it from a linear trajectory, and yet we need to look at it from a very broad and rather clean slate in terms of the projections of what jobs will look like in the next 5 to 10 years. So it was just a reflection rather than a direct question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The microphone continued that side. There's a hand, the second row.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm Nelson Ijumba from Covent University, based in the Africa Hub in Kigali. I would like to thank the presenters. If you look at what is being proposed in terms of how to prepare our young people to get into the job markets, either as employers or as employees, there is this like transformation of the curriculum. And if you look at what we have heard from colleagues here, both from the universities and the private sector, is that students need to be taught what is required. Now, in all the meetings I've attended of this forum, we always say there's the need for a curriculum transformation, which many universities are trying to do. But there's one organization which I think also needs to transform, and this is the regulatory bodies for higher education. I think they are still conservative, and they don't sometimes understand the need to look at transformed curricula. First of all, they take a long time to approve programs. So if you are changing the curriculum to address the needs of the market in the next 1 or 2 years, you probably won't be able to manage, because the process for curriculum change takes more than 1 year to get approval from higher education councils. And I'm not fingering any higher education council, but generally they are quite conservative. Then you have to look at things like requirements for students, maybe to be in class for a certain percentage of the time, to be able to earn certain credits, things like notion hours. All these things are now not necessarily relevant. You need to have maybe a big library with so many volumes of books, but libraries now are online, people can access things online. So they need to change the way they are looking at things and enable universities to implement changes in the curriculum that are in line with the demands of the job market. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We go this side and we have one. Oh, okay. Wow. I want to know how many hands, and I know how to manage the time. Okay.
Thank you a lot. My name is Joseph Cleveland Nikata from Tanzania. And I have 2 questions in general. Number 1 question is, to what extent do we succeed to conscientize the people about technology as a platform or as a means towards an end, and not end itself? What do I mean when I say that? Most of people in Africa and in Tanzania too, they think that these issues of technology and artificial intelligence and the other words from technology sector is for the few people. But technology is a platform. It's an opportunity to in different sectors which we are in as a people of Africa. For example, in agriculture and other sectors. For example, in Israel. So people think that agriculture, it's a low-tech sector, but more than 90% agriculture is thrived in Israel due to high technology, and 5% alone, it's the results of work. So to what extent do we really succeed to conscientize people of Africa that technology is only a platform to explore our professionals and our careers? Number one question. And number two is, we all know we are in this information era, knowledge era right now. And we stand and we embrace the technology that we cannot thrive without technology. My concern is, what about the harms goes together with this technology advancement? Do we really put our efforts to conscientize people about the negatives, things which may come within the advancement of technology in Africa to protect our culture, the unity and values as African people is concerned? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, take the mic.
It's just a quick question, and that goes to Luxolo. It is related to data analytics, actually, because you talked about digital skills, nurturing all those things in the several points you mentioned. But my question, and that goes to you as a provider of actually integrated systems, to which extent this issue that we keep discussing of lack of certain skills here and there is a result of lack of data analytics within our universities, or even integrated systems within our universities, and what can be done on African continent? Thanks.
Thank you. You're allowed to take one question, yes, from here. I will go to the second law after answering some of the questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to come back on one aspect about to produce, referring to the market need. I think if we are talking about new technology, we can prepare our students referring exactly to the current need of the market. But what I saw, after maybe 5 years, our students may get their degree. At the time, there again new innovation. And the market, again, they will say, currently graduated are not responding to our need. I think that we have to find another solution, saying that also academics, they may continue for the also you are saying that universities are giving only theoretical skills, but I think we should maintain that, and maybe a platform or central for updating the theories may be a site. But you have to say that we have to prefer our students referring to the market need. While what I saw that in digitalization, the world is moving fast. It should not change our curriculum every year. That's why also we are talking about academia, public-private partnership on the field of technology. We have to be clear and tell that innovation after, because anyone knows that theoretical skills will always be needed. That was my observation. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I beg to have microphones on the stage. We try to answer the questions and take. Okay, still have 2 hands insisting. Are they only 2? I have 4. I will take those 4 rounds after this round of the response. Thank you. Yes, there's a hand online, and online might not be that patient to wait, so let us accept the hand online. Jeve Ndihokubgayo. The microphone is yours. You are online.
Yes.
Kindly unmute and
Do you hear me?
make your submission.
Okay. Do you hear me? Hello?
Yes, hello?
Okay. Do you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Yeah. I am asking if do you hear me?
Yes, please, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you so much for this important meeting. As a presentation, I am Jeve Ndihokubwayo. I am from Burundi in a national indigenous people organization known as Initiative to Promote Education of Batwa for Sustainable Development, which is IPREBAD in French acronym. I'm very happy to hear such a meeting, but my question that I should suggest is first, I would like to give a contribution about how Africa is giving education. I think that such a kind of universities, academic should tackle on marketing in the field of tackling on theories, because if universities and these authorities take decision to conduct a research and bring it, give it to the student, and to teach what is available, what is required, I think that Africa continent should be changed, and then our stereotype that Africa is a poor country should be changed. But my question is about how are you giving or making cohesion and inclusion in this innovation? Because when we are working without private sectors, I think that it is it doesn't work well, because we should include we goals, national goals, which are private, then private. Then how are you tackling with this matter? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Jeve, and thank you for following online and asking the question. Our panelists present are going to go in the series of responding to these questions. We try to make it brief so that we can take the second round.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay. So I don't know who will take the first question about the job market, the connection between the job market. Is there anybody who could take the first question? Yes. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I will take the first question, but I will also want to answer his question rather than, so let me just answer both. So that's from Titus, more like we really need to prepare for the future job opportunities. And I think yours, as much as it was a question, it was also more of a comment. Yeah, so I think I totally agree with you. First, you know, there is so much, especially in the African context. First, we need to look at the population of young people. Where are they? And I know that there is a lot of unemployment in the rural areas as well. But based on the statistics, it's more more underemployment. They are more underemployed compared to their counterparts in the capital city. So if we look at that, I think in terms of jobs, we really need to look broad as Africa. We need to look at, what are these opportunities technology brings? What do we still need to do as Africa to be able to support and nurture talent in Africa? And it doesn't have to be always technology, but then also we need to understand ourselves as a continent. What is this that still needs to be done? If you go to the rural areas, like I mentioned, what needs to be commercialized? What do the university needs to go there and look at some of the things, even our culture, we've seen some of the Western countries come to Kenya and come to Africa and start, looking at opportunities which we do not see, and start patenting some of our culture, some of the things that we do. So I think one of the things is we really need to look at that. We need more research, both in tech. Of course, technology is an enabler and it cuts across all sectors. We need to incorporate technology. If we don't incorporate technology, then we will be disrupted just the way the Uber came and disrupted our local taxi drivers. If we don't think again globally, and I think that is an assignment for the academia, it's also an assignment for us to create awareness and to support innovation. And that is part of the innovation ecosystem that I was talking about. So I think we need to look at both ways. We need to look at, what needs to be done. We really need to understand ourselves. And something that I usually say is we don't even have data. If today, I don't know, maybe Tanzania, you have more data compared to us. But if today I need to know how much, maybe I want to create an innovation in circular economy, and I need to know how much waste is generated on a daily basis in Dar es Salaam. I don't know where I can get that data. We don't have that data. But then you will find that data is with some foreigners who've come to our country, they've done their research. We actually provided that information, but then even they don't even give us that report. So that means they understand us more than we understand ourselves. So I think one of the things we need to leverage on data, we need also to really understand ourselves. We need this academia, public-private partnership. We need to do more research on ourselves and what can we be done. And another thing is something that is called place-based innovations. Like, for example, maybe in Dar es Salaam, blue economy would be more efficient, more, something that we can go into. There are other areas. We really need to understand what are the challenges that are affecting us. And we need to enable these young people to be the one providing those solutions and creating innovation. And also maybe even for the rich, let's also invest in our startups. Because most of the time, as we invest on properties, but then we don't invest on the startups. But if we invest in these young people, they can be able to create more employment and create opportunities for us, and it will be even better for us. So I think, of course, projecting to the future, some of the opportunities that might come in terms of technologies, of course, technology is going to bring more opportunities. Yeah, so going back to your question, I think I've answered a bit of it. I think your question was really, really good. And what is the, all this technology? I think technology, even technology in agriculture, we need also to look at tech as a tool. In agriculture is not, it's like a tractor. A tractor is not the farm, but it makes farming easy. So it makes our life, and it is in different sectors. So, if we need to think globally, and that's something that we really need to train and we really need to create awareness on. And in terms of information and knowledge, there is online safety, there is also technology affecting our culture. Yes, I think 80% of tech is good or 90%, but then there might be 10% or 10 to 20% that's not good. And you usually say that all of us, as we go online, even the bad people also go online. So there is a need to create awareness, but especially for the young people, there is need even to incorporate online safety from basic education to even university education, so that these young people understand that as much as technology is good, they also need to be safe online. And also we need to remember also the women who are more vulnerable, of course, the children who are more vulnerable to some of the threats that technology brings. And I agree with you in terms of our African culture. Definitely technology opens up the world and it opens up to so many other cultures. Some of them are good, some of them are bad. And sometimes some other people culture is totally different. You know, what they see as bad or what they see as good is different from what we see as bad and good. And sometimes also our kids and our young people are more tech savvy than the parents. So maybe we need to also train the parents to understand, you know, how can they better support the young people, or rather mentor these young people. It's always the parent, but if the parent doesn't understand, you know, that means there will be a disconnect in terms of mentoring our young people. And that also might affect nurturing these young people for the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Who can pick the mic? And the panelist? Okay. Yes.
Thank you. Let me summarize questions asked in these two aspects. The first is somehow a question: why technology for? Why technology is for? I think if technology is not for facilitating or improve, for being more productive, it's useless. We have to think in this way and we can find a solution. Another aspect is about the university adaptation. When we say curricula, transforming the curricula, I think this way of thinking can be misunderstanding. I think we can maybe use update. Use update, why? Because as Paul says, the technology is likely to double every 18 months. So if we try to transform our curricula because of this technology, I think there is a risk to always run far from the technology, because we try to implement a program while the technology is very maybe not used, is somehow over fashion. In this way, we think we can update our curricula, try to update our curricula for the current needs, but transform our curricula for future needs. We try to anticipate what our society will need for tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. There is a question that was asked again regarding how university curricula should adapt to the changes in technology. But this is very simply answered or taken care of. And I say that with regard to what the universities are supposed to do. If the universities are involved in deep research, if they're involved in engaging with the community, and that's one of the role, extension. And if the universities create a structure that ensures that all students from undergraduates, masters, and PhD are actually exposed to the research trades, then it becomes very easy. What is now very exciting about the IT sector is not really based on knowledge that is coming from universities now or from research labs now. This is knowledge, as we said, that came from research labs a long time ago. And we need to understand and maybe deepen this understanding of what the universities do, so that we are not asking them to do things that are really not are helpful. So if you have faculty involved in research, in deep research, and they're in contact with the knowledge centers around the world, then they always see what is coming and they always prepare the students ahead. Then the issue of catching up becomes unnecessary. But when it comes to preparing the student for the industry, that's where the extension and the platforms that are created at that aspect of the university becomes important. And this is where we are talking about the university industry partnerships. If you look at it from a higher level, we are looking at the policy of creating the incubation centers, creating the science and technology parks within the universities, where you bring industry close to the university, and where industry, the university, the researchers, the students, the communities are working in the same space. Then some of the challenges that we experience every now and then will then disappear. The other thing I think is very important for the Inter-University Council of East Africa to take into account and bring out very clearly is that even when we talk about innovations, we must look at them at different levels. If you want to produce people who are going to provide the solutions we are talking about, give us the vaccines, help us with the next development of digital devices so that we move from being users of digital devices to creators of the next generation of devices, we must engage in the deep research. And it takes time. IBM, the presenter indicated that they give internship to PhD graduates. That starts to tell you the kind of deep research we should engage in. And I say that because that's one of the things that the Inter-University Council of East Africa should be looking at. The Kenya Advanced Institute of Science and Technology that we are developing is basically about doing the deep research and engaging with the industry at a very deep level so that you create new jobs and you create companies such as the ones that are now supplying us with the products and services in Africa. We want to get to that level. That is why we are doing that Advanced Institute of Science and Technology. On my campus, I have one of the leading semiconductor technology companies in the world. It's employing over 200 young graduates. And by bringing them on board, we are bringing industries that don't exist. And this is the business of the university. We must create industries that actually do not exist. So when you talk of innovations, let's look at these innovations at different levels. Because if we want the transformation of the society in a big way, so that we can start using the resources that are available in Africa, we must engage in the deep innovation. That's based on very serious research. It's based on engaging, looking for where the capital is, creating new entities, and those are the kind of ecosystems that we ourselves are trying to create at the university with the National Science and Technology Park, and also in the Concert Technopolis by creating this Advanced Institute of Science and Technology. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I beg that you pass a microphone to, okay, you can give it to Gatare. Over to you, Gatare, in precise way. If you picked any question, you can attend to, and then we come to Luxo.
Yes, just a small comment on the question from Joseph, right? Looking back in history, when we had automation in China, the people who benefited the most were the operators, right? The people who operated the machines, same in agriculture, right? And I think that's where universities make a difference, really. When a graduate graduates from a university, they come out with let's say some basic skills in programming a machine, programming, a software, you're basically making operators, right? This is to come back to the concern about is it so crucial? Is it not? I think it is. It is to a certain degree, and they normally say change is inevitable. The more we'll keep learning, I think continuous learning, in as much as one of the people here commented on the fact that it's always changing. You can't be changing curriculum every day. I think it's going to be needed because you have to keep in tandem with the technological change. But as a university, as long as you're offering the basic skills, for example, have the knowledge about, especially for those in computer science, about programming, data science, data structures and algorithms. That's really basic. As of these new technologies, I think it can be done in other programs, short courses and so on. MIT does it. They have different smaller programs for certifications for these emerging technologies. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I pass the microphone to Logzo. No, he's here.
Thank you, Chair. Does anyone here have a child that may be 3 years or younger? Just by show of hands. Thanks. I can see there's a person at the back. Have you succeeded in preventing that child from accessing your phone, from scanning your pictures, logging onto the internet, changing that password? I asked that question because I think we are grappling with a disruption, VC. The creative process itself is disruptive, and I think we are unable to manage it the way we are accustomed to managing some of these processes. A gentleman here spoke about the process of learning being linear, and the fact that as we sit now, we are unable to have a linear process as we are accustomed to. The reality is that the demands on the ground are making it extremely difficult for us to continue to provide a teaching or even innovation in a manner that we are traditionally accustomed to. The other point I just want to quickly make is that to the point that the VC was making, most of the companies that are now successful in the Silicon Valley were incubated in institutions of higher learning. The Googles, the Meta at the moment, virtually all of them were an extension of an innovative process that took place in an institution of higher learning, and they became what they are now. There is indeed a need that is imperative that as far as innovation is concerned, there is close proximity between industry as well as institutions of higher learning. What they've also done, these companies, some of them have said, we actually don't care if you don't have a degree. About 3 or so years back, they said, we are going to employ you even if you do not have a tertiary qualification. What that was that for the kind of skills that they require, they are unable to wait for the universities to provide them. And they were saying that even if you are able to give us graduates after 3 or 4 years, they are unable to give us the kind of skills and competencies that we want. And they would rather train those young people directly themselves and make them employable as soon as possible. If you ask me as a business leader, I would take that choice as well, because we're able to get someone that acquires a very specific skill, which is what I would be looking for. There is a global phenomenon where there is abundance of human resources, but a lack of capacity and skill. We had a global meeting as Adapt IT in London in September last year, people from all over the world. And the most interesting phenomenon there was that all of us in that space were crying for a dearth of skills, that in fact we're unable to get the kind of skills that are now required by the market. So there's an incongruence there. And I once again put the challenge to institutions of higher learning is how do they make sure that there's closer proximity between the process of producing skills and what industry themselves would be looking for. Joseph asked about conscientizing of people. My response to you, sir, would be we need to demystify technology and what technology is. And one of the challenges for Africa has always been to reframe it such that it is something that speaks to the daily challenges that people face. I have, just by way of interest, been asking our 60 or so customers as institutes of higher learning to enter into partnerships with us where we're going to develop solutions that are required by us and the sector and can be deployed very quickly. It's rather unfortunate that we have not been able to have those kind of partnerships with industry. And they were on 4 levels. The first level, we asked if there are solutions that exist that we can commercialize. The second one was we're asking if there are solutions that we can co-create. The third one was looking for the skill capability that exists in institutions. And it's all the researchers that the VCs were talking about here that we could use. And the last one was on internships that we could actually work with. And we have struggled. And for me, it speaks to, I would say, maybe the lack of readiness on the side of, and I'm generalizing VC, the lack of readiness of institutions of higher learning to partner with industry with a focus on producing skills and capability that is required and can be used almost immediately. Let me just give you some maybe practical examples so that this is not too theoretical. If you have a child that comes from a rural area, comes to Dar es Salaam, and needs to navigate themselves on the campus, why are we not developing solutions that can just assist young people to know that my residence is here, to know that my lecture room is here? Very practical. There are such solutions that are being developed at the moment. So from a conscientizing point of view, Joseph, is we need to think very practically about how do we solve practical and real problems that people face on a day-to-day basis. There's always been a criticism about African intellectuals that they study, they get degrees, but those are not translated into solving very practical issues. Somebody spoke about the Chinese. The Chinese have been able to solve and bring about mechanization in agriculture, developing things that look very basic, but in fact are revolutionary in terms of how they are able to assist the agricultural sector. And that has been the case in a number of different areas. I think it's very difficult to stop the creative process. I think we need to put frameworks that can provide guidelines. The agile nature of innovation is such that hard as people may try, they'll be extremely frustrated because it is very difficult to do that. Ray, you asked about analytics in your question. It is one of the most fundamental needs and requirements generally for our countries, as well as our own institutions that we work with, that not only do we have access to information, but that the decisions we make are informed, they are not anecdotal. Because those decisions typically drive strategy. And if the definition of that strategy is not based on informed analytics, it is then likely to go on a tangent vis-a-vis what is required. We have, by the way, just by way of interest as a company, commissioned institutions of higher learning to do research, to provide data in very specific areas that we felt were pertinent for institutions of higher learning. And once again, for me, I would make that point that I have not found institutions of higher learning being ready to engage with industry to undertake that. And by the way, we would have paid in this case. We're not just asking for that for for free. So I think there's an important part there. Let me just make the last point to the gentleman that was there, and this is about the latest trend now is personalized curriculum. Young people don't want to follow a rigid curriculum. They want to virtually choose the courses that they want to do that are of interest to what they want. They then graduate and they become employable based on what they like, not what the institution is imposing on them. And that is one of the, I would say, the later developments now from a training a point of view. So there's a need to balance about channeling vis-a-vis being able to give people space to be trained in skills that they know they require and they can use immediately.
Yeah, maybe I just make a quick comment regarding the preparedness of the universities to work with the private sector. Earlier on in my presentation, I talked about this alliance of entrepreneurial universities. So as universities in Africa, we recognize that there's actually a gap and we need to have better structures for collaborating with the industry. And this is across the board. We know we have the sub-Saharan Africa. I think South Africa is doing a better job in terms of the partnerships. We need to have an improvement with regard to the rest of Africa. So this alliance is basically to encourage the universities to partner with the industry. It is also to support the development of entrepreneurial education within the university. And this is going to be done in many ways, from encouraging students to have active entrepreneurial clubs, to training lecturers to be champions of entrepreneurship. We are also looking at a specialized curricula for entrepreneurship education now in the business schools, which can then be offered across board. So I mentioned this because as you look for partners and as you as we go forward, then you should know that there is this emerging platform, and it's not just for you, but for the industries that are there. The other one I talked about is the Origin Research and Innovation Lab. The idea is that as Africans, we have a huge human resource in Africa and the diaspora. And also we have people who are willing to work with us. They may not be Africans, but they are willing to work with us from other parts of the world. So we can create a platform where we are able to solve our problems, be these local problems or be they problems that cut across Africa. So we are developing that hub, that platform, and we have the hub. The East African hub is actually in Dedan Kimathi University of Technology, but we are developing that as a way of again creating space where that partnership can actually take place. So we hope to have a database of many problem solvers, but also a database of companies that can actually come on board and post their problems there. Like, for example, what you're actually talking about. So there is that recognition, but there is work that has to be done. And there are a number of universities that have already joined that alliance, and they are willing to work together. They're already working together to address those problems. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I have now a challenge. The panel members are going to engage in the discussion. Okay, a quick one.
Sorry, Chair. Something I just wanted to, I'm reminded by the VC. I do want to put that challenge. We do have an office in Nairobi. We do have representatives here. This gentleman that's here, we are deploying him from South Africa to be here. Mr. Zakele Katide, if you can just stand up, Zakele. We've got Sylvie at the back, Wainana, that also works with us. I do want those that have an interest in taking this question of partnerships forward to engage with us post this. But more importantly for me, I was impressed by the two presenters in terms of the capability that they have, they are developing. Also because they are working with students and young people, that we want to be able to work with you to help in the development of solutions that we want. And I'm putting that here so that we can be able to test the capability that you have and how we can leverage it for what we want. We need to make this very, very practical. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Now this sounds very clear. Back to the topic, nurturing youth talents and catalyzing the digital skills. You see, the catalyst start working towards the end. I know now the catalyst of developing this collaboration is coming. I understand I have many questions in the audience, and I have also the presentation in the pipeline of the one who is going to engage us in the next part. So I beg that you first allow me to conclude by two statements. The first one is that we have understood there's a challenge between, allow me to say, between both actors, universities and regulators, but also maybe we didn't go in deep and talk about also the employers. So the challenge also I'm putting to the audience here, kindly in the newspaper which will go out tomorrow, the one you are going to read, on the job advert, kindly help me to find any one of the skill set defined in the call for application. The people employing, they don't look for skills in terms of how they profile their document. It's only external companies outside this continent which are taking the skills. If you have ever had a problem of brain drain, this is a time to start thinking further about how do we reshape how we recruit. The slide we had here about different skills, I'm not sure that any university have ever thought of recruiting any of those skills. You are recruiting ITs. We are talking about digital skills. But none of the skills we are talking here are in the profile of the HR, of the structure, and recruitment, even the terms of reference. So we have that as assignment together to say it can happen. The second one, we continue talking about the strategies and change of systems. Let us take this as take home. Let us find a way of feasible change of the collaboration, to have the collaborations that can happen. I've been so impressed and happy to have this panel, which managed to engage on all these details about nurturing the talent. At the end of the day, we are trying to look the talent, we nurture it, but if it is recruited even outside, still, it's a success story. So we are not going to be jealous of nurturing the talent and own it. The talent, I look at in the good example of footballers. The best footballers are there, they are playing, we are all fans. But what about the best skills? How do we celebrate those skills? Thank you very much. I beg that you give a round of applause to our panel and presenters. And I thank you very much for being with us so we can give the stage to the next session. Is it the master of the program? Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ben, for that. Can we clap for Ben? Ladies and gentlemen, my apologies that we have tried to shoot our time a bit, but we have one more last presenter who is going to present online. And with us to chair this last session, which is on capacitating East African business for the African Continental Free Trade Area, is Mr. John Bosco Kalisa. Mr. John Bosco Kalisa, as he works here, is the Executive Secretary of the East Africa Business Council. We are privileged that this particular aspect touches on what you do, and therefore there's no other person whom we think can be able to chair ably this particular session than you. So we are privileged to have you here. Can we clap for him as he walks here, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, moderator. Indeed, as you ably introduced me, I'm John Bosco Kalisa, the Chief Executive Officer of the East African Business Council. Indeed, we are very grateful, and it is a privilege that EABC is very committed and engaged in terms of promoting academia public-private partnership. So we are having a very interesting session, and I want everyone to pay attention in terms of the topic. The CFTA is widely considered as a game changer. A game changer. We've had a number of agreements in Africa, but this is a very unique agreement in the sense that it is part and parcel of Africa we want. We are looking at Africa that is able to sustain itself in terms of goods and services. So the agreement is looking at liberalization of goods and services, as well as facilitation of movement of persons in order to deepen the economic integration of Africa. As it is rightly put, Africa is growing. We are talking about a market of around 1.7 billion by 2030. And we are talking about a combined gross domestic product of around 3.4 trillion United States dollars. In business, we say market is important because whatever you produce should be consumed. So those are very important aspects that we are looking at. And again, it is important to underline that the political will and the commitment has already been demonstrated. So far, 46 out of 54 countries have deposited instrument of ratification. That is in percentage is 85.2%. So that's why we are saying it is a game changer, because of the manner and the pace in which this agreement has been facilitated, has been endorsed by our heads of state. So I think that is an overview. Allow me now to invite the key presenter to take us through the entire presentation, going through the opportunities that it provides. You are most welcome. Ben is the presenter. Professor, you are on. Over to you. I don't know whether it is connected.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. Well, thank you so very much, Mr. Moderator, for the very comprehensive overview that you provided regarding the AFCFTA. My name is Jean-Bertrand Azapmon, and I am the principal advisor to the African Union Commissioner for Economic Development, Trade, Tourism, Industry, and Minerals at the African Union Commission. I would also like to thank the organizers for associating the African Union to this very important conversation. I shared my presentation with the Secretariat. I'm not sure whether they would be kind enough to put it up. But whilst they are doing that, let me just ask one or two questions just to have a clear idea of where participants stand when it comes to the AFCFTA and some of the initiatives that will actually help to harness its potential. How many participants have heard about the Intra-African Trade Fair? How many? Okay, I see some hands. That's something that's good. And how many have heard about the African Business Council? Okay.
I can see 3 hands.
3 hands. Okay. Well, that's very informative. It tells us about some of the issues that we are going to discuss in the course of this presentation. Okay, I can see that my presentation is not yet up, but nevertheless, so when I was asked to present or to speak to the AFCFTA and what are the potentials that it holds for the East African business community, I thought about preparing something very academic, but then I thought no, since this is actually an academia public-private partnership forum, I should rather just look at some of the things that I myself would anticipate from such interaction. So I thought about looking at 3 main questions with you. The very first question is, why is it important? Why is the AFCFTA important and relevant for the East African economic community, stakeholders? And the second question is, what is it? In fact, what does it hold? And the last question is, how do you position and capacitate the East African business community to harness the potential of the AFCFTA? So in terms of why, the need to understand why it's important, this has to do with the context. And I think the speaker alluded to some of the elements, but I'm just going to quickly take you through some of the ones I consider to be very opportune and very important. Starting with the global context, we are living in an era of global insecurities with so many multidimensional impact on our daily lives. Not just the economies, but at the level of the common person, the layman on the street. I think they can tell that there is something that has been happening over the past couple of years, starting with the COVID, and now with the crisis in Europe, with its impact on food prices, fuel prices. But some of the questions are, what have we learned, in terms of our over-reliance on food import, on gas import from those parts of the world. And the other issue is whether this is actually an opportunity or whether it's we should be very concerned about it. Then the other element of the context is the slow economic recovery, slow and uneven economic recovery that we are all facing, we are all experiencing. And we have the data on the screen, both for the world at the global level and also, at the. Can you please go back? And at the regional level. I think what is very important is that although Africa seems to be above the average growth rate that the world will experience, it is also very clear that we are still below the level of, let's say, 2021, and not to go back to even the pre-COVID period. There is also the issue of the climate change crisis and the sustainability agenda. Of course, Africa contributes very little, less than 4% of total greenhouse gas emissions. But we are all experiencing the negative impact of climate change. I'm not sure about Dar es Salaam these days, but back here in Addis, it's been raining like hell. And we are just in March, which is not supposed to be the raining season. And we can see floods around. We've also been watching what is happening in places like Madagascar. But at the same time, there are also opportunities. These days, the conversation about carbon credit market, trade in sustainable goods. So we have all these dynamics. Next slide. And then the structure of our own economies, still very much dominated by trading commodities, in particular for our African LDCs. Next. And then we have this problem of illicit financial flows, which is really a tragedy. But what is very important when it comes to illicit financial flows is the contributions of trade misinvoicing, which is something that actually touches the private sector, including some of the small traders. And it is actually estimated that through illicit financial flows, Africa loses about 3.7% of domestic product. So just by closing that tab, we will be able not just to save some fundings that would be necessary to improve the infrastructure in the continent, but also we will be able to reallocate some of those funds to other developmental projects. And here some of the questions are what role can the East African business community, what role can they play in terms of the academia themselves? What contribution can they bring to the table to really understand that problem, especially from the East African perspective. Next. So with respect to the AFCFTA, I'm not going to dwell much on this data. I think it's been shared. We're now at 46 ratification. This is in the history of the African Union. This is the agreement that has reached this level of that have seen this level of enthusiasm. Other than the Constitutive Act, most treaties usually, they hardly get the minimum number of ratification before a period of 5 to 10 years in some instances. So this is very unique, and like the moderator said, it shows that it shows that there is enthusiasm, there is political commitment, but we have to build on that momentum. We need to seize the momentum. Next. So basically here we are getting at what is it exactly, the AFCFTA. It's a game changer. There is no doubt about it. The facts are there in terms of the size of the market, in terms of what it means for Africa history, in terms of defragmenting the continent, from 55 small non-competitive markets to one single. That's quite impressive. The middle class is growing. E-commerce is thriving. Private and business-to-business consumption is also picking up. And actually, Africa is the region that sees the highest growth when it comes to private and business-to-business consumption, and this is expected to continue. Next. So in terms of potential, it's very clear. All the studies are unanimous that the AFCFTA is a game changer. There is a new study released by the World Bank and the AFCFTA Secretariat regarding the potential that the AFCFTA holds. And they estimate that it will create about 18 million new jobs, full implementation of the AFCFTA, what they call AFCFTA deep FDI scenario, which is a scenario under which the AFCFTA is implemented. Trade facilitating measures are also implemented by the member state, and investment is facilitated, including foreign direct investment. And we can also see what that will translate in terms of export, increase by 32% by 2030, which is also an important date. That's when Agenda 2030, the UN Agenda 2030 will come to an end. So in a sense, it is very clear that the AFCFTA, if implemented, holds a lot of promises for the continent. Next slide. And again, you have some information regarding the modalities of the AFCFTA, the liberalization timeframes, which takes into account the various categories of African countries. We are not all at the same level. LDCs were given, much longer time frame, 13 years compared to developing countries, 10 years. And then there is the possibility to use a transitional period of 5 years. So that's where, in terms of rules of origin, close to 90% have been completed. This is with respect to trade in goods. In terms of trade in services, there are 5 sectors which are being considered: financial services, professional business and professional services, communication services, tourism and travel related services. So here also, it's a cautious approach, which is quite understandable because most African countries were not used to trade, did not make commitment on the trade in services in previous, most of their previous trade arrangements, including at the WTO. But again, one can appreciate, the willingness of countries to make that first step, rather than opting out completely. Next slide. The other dimension is, yes, it's more than a free trade agreement. I think we've all heard about this. It now covers intellectual property right, competition and investment. Those protocols were adopted recently. The focus is now on digital trade and e-commerce. There are also plans to negotiate a protocol on women and youth in trade. I think the idea is to make the AFCFTA as inclusive as possible. And then the other innovative feature of the AFCFTA lies in the innovative and modern instruments that have been put in place to facilitate the whole process. 5 of them were unveiled in 2019, including the African Trade Observatory, the online mechanism on non-tariff barriers, the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, the rules of origin, among others. The rules of origin under the AFCFTA are really designed to facilitate the development of regional value chains. And we really hope that the private sector is going to take advantage of this, so as to create a virtuous cycle or ecosystem where all the countries actually have an opportunity to gain from their participation in the process. Next slide. Again, historically, Africa has been wanting to establish a common market since 1963. The idea of a common market was already envisioned when the old OAU was created. But then in 1991, we have the Abuja Treaty establishing the African Economic Community. So the AFCFTA is also seen, especially from Addis, now that the Secretariat is in Accra. From Addis, we see the AFCFTA as a stepping stone. It's not meant to be a permanent initiative, a permanent institution. No, it's supposed to evolve so as to eventually lead to the African Economic Community. Of course, because the AFCFTA is established as an autonomous entity from the Commission and from a number of other institutions in the AU system, there is a conversation on the relationship between the AFCFTA and the institutions in the AU system, including the Commission itself. You can see some of the guiding principles. The same thing with the regional economic communities, which are recognized under the agreement as the building blocks of the AFCFTA. Next slide. So in terms of opportunities, of course, I talked about regional value chains, regional or continental value chains development, economic diversification. But to be more specific, and this goes back to one of the previous speakers in the other session mentioned, that is, you actually need information. Information is key. You need the data. So last year we conducted with ITC and the European Union a regional value chain mapping exercise, and through which we identified 94 promising value chains for development, and 4 have been prioritized, including pharmaceutical value chain, the automotive value chain, cotton and apparel, and infant food. You can see the value of the
we've lost you, Jean.
Around
Jean, we can't hear you. We've lost you.
Me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yeah, proceed, please.
Yes, next slide, please. No, next, backward actually. Next, that was already covered. Yes, keep going, keep going, keep going. Yes, I think, yes, if you could go to the pharmaceutical, yes, because yes, that gives you an idea of what are the potentials, especially in the food and beverage, and also other consumer goods like clothing and footwear, furniture. But it's the one on pharmaceutical that I want to take you through. Yes, so there we go. And you can see there also the potential that we are looking at. Of course, this data goes back to 2018, but it shows that from 2010 to 2020, the consumption of a pharmaceutical product, the forecast, which was actually overtaken because of COVID, was almost 50% growth, and some would even put it at more than 100%, from 17 billion to 42 billion in 2020. And so there are potentials in the four sectors, priority sectors we've identified, and we really hope that some of the businesses in East Africa will take advantage of. Next. So with respect to the risk, the same study we undertook also identified four main potential risks. The first being the lack of trust in product quality, issues pertaining to trade information and standards came on top. And this is something very interesting because the African Trade Observatory that was created actually aimed at providing up-to-date information to the various stakeholders. Now, one of the issues we are facing with is supply of data by the member state. So, as long as we do not have the information readily available, these issues of lack of trust, including the quality of product, will continue. And it's something that traders should be aware of. Poor access to finance and payment was also identified. I talked about the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, PAPS, which is one of the 5 instruments to facilitate the AFCFTA. The PAPS is currently at its pilot phase in West Africa, and we expect that it's been successfully experimented. So we expect it to be extended to other countries in the next few months. And then going back to the issue of quality, which is actually a hindrance to trade, in particular affecting small traders. We have the online non-tariff barrier reporting, monitoring, and elimination mechanisms, because there are instances where some officials will just use standard as a trade barrier. Not really because the quality of product is in play, but just because they want to obstruct trade. So through that system, it's possible to actually report, file any complaints that will be looked into and resolved with the assistance of the Secretariat. Then the issue of the high production cost and weak connectivity were also mentioned as some of the potential risk. But what is also important here is that we need to, when we look at some of these risks, we need to be mindful of the fact that we have a number of players who are operating in the same environment and who are actually able to address some of those challenges. So it's just about how do we strategize? How do we, what approach do we adopt going forward? Because they are not, all of them are not going to be solved overnight. And we will not wait until all of them are solved before we can actually move ahead with the AFCFTA or any other initiative that we have. Next. So moving towards the last question, that is, we understand the how do we capacitate, how to capacitate the East African business. I think the very first thing is to understand that we are living in a new era. We are living literally in a new era. at the international level, it's a new Cold War. That's how people are putting it. But to put it very simple, this was described by Richard Branson as, screw business as usual. We are living in that era where in order to harness any potential, one has to think outside the box. So the very first thing is to understand that and to be able to understand the strengths and the weaknesses of the East African business, East African businesses. That's the very first thing to do, because only then we will be able to identify some of the low-hanging fruit, focus on those, and be able to move ahead. So one of the questions would be, what difference and adjustment? What are some of the adjustment that will need to be made? How different should we do things? I've highlighted a few of them. The first one being to be involved. Earlier, when I asked about, the African Business Council or the Intra-African Trade Fair, it was very, the answer from participants was revealing. It is important that the businesses will become active members of National AFCFTA Committee. That's also something I wanted to gauge, just to have an idea of how involved is the business community in the AFCFTA negotiation process, as well as the implementation, because there are national AFCFTA committees that have been established in quite a few number of countries, some in East Africa, and it will be important for the private sector to participate in those committees. What is interesting is that those committees are actually multi-stakeholder committees. So even the academia is supposed to be part of it, so as to provide the knowledge, the expertise that they have, but most importantly, the knowledge to understand some of the issues that the member states are grappling with. And a lot of advocacy work has to be done, this will help not only to enhance the business enabling environment, but also to ensure that the enthusiasm does not just stop at the ratification of the agreement. Governments need to go one step further and put in place the complementary policies, programs that are needed in order to harness the potential. And to identify those programs, you need a forum like this one, where all the stakeholders come together to go through the issues and prioritize the most important one. What is also important is to understand that first mover advantage really matters. With the Secretariat launched the Guided Trade Initiative, which of course is just a support program. It's not really a new element in the whole AFCFTA initiative, but from the number of countries that spontaneously volunteer to be part of it, you can tell that some countries are still in the wait and see mode. And we expect the private sector to come very strongly and push the countries to join or to start implementing their commitment, because at the end of the day, trade liberalization under the AFCFTA will follow the schedule of tariff concessions that the member state have produced, or the schedule of a specific commitment in the case of trade in services. And what is also important is, just because we are moving from domestic market, the new domestic market is actually the continental market, because we are moving from narrow markets towards a large market, it is also important that the private sector reconsider its strength. How many businesses in East Africa can really go continent-wide? And for those that cannot, it's time to start considering partnerships, joint ventures, because size matters in these things. Next slide. Then the chambers, now I'm talking about the business organizations, because we also understand that most African businesses are SMEs or are operating in the informal sector. Now, this is where the Business Council, the regional and national business organizations, they come in to undertake trade missions to identify those potential markets and be able to understand the market entry requirements, explain to their members, and see how to aggregate the various players so as to access those markets. This is something that we've seen in some countries, but it hasn't really spread throughout the continent, which is a concern because when you look at what other operators, operators from other countries outside the continent are doing, it's really an aggressive strategy that is being put into place. So African businesses need to be a bit more aggressive in terms of how they approach the AFCFTA market. One very important event, which I mentioned, is well, it's actually, yes, you have the AFCFTA business forum, not council, sorry, which is scheduled. Initially, it was supposed to take place this month, but it's been postponed to sometime in April. But what is set is the Intra-African Trade Fair. The third edition is scheduled to take place in Abidjan, Côte d'Ivoire in November. There is still ample time, and this is a very important business to business and business to government initiative. The last edition took place in Durban. One of the key features of the IATF is the platform that is provided for business deals. In Durban, business deal worth $42 billion were concluded. I think this is a very good opportunity for the East African businesses. There are national pavilions, but there is also an opportunity for regional business organizations to take a pavilion, and we can certainly share some additional information with the organizers, just in case you do not have. One thing also worth considering relates to the structure of those organizations. There is a need to think about an AFCFTA desk because just looking at some of the constraints that traders may face, there might be merit in having an AFCFTA desk in whether the regional or the national Chamber of Commerce to assist traders. Next, and I think it's towards the end already. Next slide. Yes, so there are some questions which are here, just so that we also understand where some of the innovative solutions may come from. I know financing is a big issue, but there are so many options these days, ranging from crowdfunding, the diaspora, the whole agenda on domestic resource mobilization, which will look beyond the traditional financing method. There is also green financing, which a lot of Africans are not really looking into, but which carries a lot of potential. And then the issue of corporate social responsibility at the end of the day, because we are doing all of this for Africans, for human beings, and it's important that as East African businesses eye the African markets, that they also take into consideration issues of corporate social responsibility, because it's going to become crucial, whether in the context of supply chain or in the context of countries wanting to make sure that businesses operating within their jurisdiction are just abiding by some ethical rules. Next. So turning to what the academia could do, I think the very first thing is to discover what you are best at, and that might not be very obvious. I heard in the previous conversation the idea of business incubators, which is very predominant in countries like Germany. It's a path worth exploring. I think it carries a lot of potential, because like someone said, the youth these days, they want to integrate that I can pick and choose. Also, the element of pragmatism. If I'm attending a course in university, which really or which helped me to develop a particular idea that I have, there are more incentive in choosing those universities than just taking traditional enrolling in traditional programs. So this is something that universities need to do. It's not just in the East African community, it's across the continent. And then the other issue is, yes, obviously the issue of skills. It's very important, because it ties into the issue of cost of production, especially as Africa moves up the value chain, because of course, if we stick to commodities, which is something we do not want, that's simple. But for us to really add value to our material, we need to build those skills, and universities are going to play an important role. Bearing in mind that because Africa has a very young population, the risk of brain drain is always going to be there. So we need to train more and more of our people. Then the issue of tailoring marketing trainings for SMEs and cooperative, I think this was also highlighted, because we are living in an era where businesses and anything that is happening is on a trial and error basis. So you don't want to take a sabbatical year of, let's say, 1 full year just to go through a training in order to improve your marketing strategy. No. So there is a need to look at those elements. What is also very important is to identify and disseminate best practices, so that countries can see what is happening, businesses can see what is happening in other places.
I hope, Jean, that is your last slide. Time is on our side.
Yes, it is actually. If you could go to the next, it's the second to the last. Yes. So some of the success stories are there, which you could look into. But then I think that's definitely the last one. Once again, I thank you for the opportunity and the time. Talking about the AFCFTA, which is such an ambitious program, is in such a very small amount of time is not possible, or let's say it's very difficult. I hope I've given you some ideas, but I also hope some of the questions I threw at you, will stimulate the conversation, the discussion, and help you to know how to position yourself. Once again, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ja. Again, as you highlighted, the time was not enough to cover the entire presentation, but again, another big round of applause to Ja. And I think you've ably highlighted a number of components which are very critical. And I think it is a homework for all academic institutions present here. Does your training perfectly fit into the 4 value chain identified? Because our competitiveness relies on how we're able to produce those products, those value chain, pharmaceutical, automotive, textile. Those were some of the quick wins that were identified. So I think it's a very big homework. Again, the agreement provides enormous opportunities, as highlighted, in terms of economic transformation and prosperity for Africa. So I think let's take 2 burning questions, 2 very burning questions. Then, because time is not on our side, and I know there is another meeting starting in a few minutes, but those burning questions that are aligned to the presentation by Jean. Then I think Jean will share with us the presentation, but also your email, so that we can continue to engage. Please, the gentleman here in front, Professor. Okay, over to you.
Thank you, Monsieur Bertrand, for that very elaborate presentation. Look forward to engage those slides further. So my question, throwing back at you just what you've thrown back to the academia community, which is pragmatism. And, you know, there are 2 key things whenever we want to break all the barriers of movement between the different countries. I hope he's hearing us since he disappeared from the screen. I was just simply asking you, sir, you challenged the academic community on pragmatism, that we need to be more pragmatic. So the question is, in relation to particularly mobility of labor and the payment and settlement system that you discussed, because those are 2 key things. So is there any project perhaps or any multilateral agreements with the likes of IATA or those who are within the airline space to make it a lot cheaper to travel across from one country to another, which is the same thing with the transfer of funds or money from one country to another? The cost is extremely too much. And also on the other end, with regard to finance coming from our remittances, and also tied to that, I'm sorry, it's going to be a mouthful, tied to that would also be, could we perhaps, instead of having individual countries floating diaspora bonds, could we converge and have one diaspora bond that is guaranteed at the AU level rather than at the individual government level? Otherwise, thank you so much. And I look forward to, we're having more than 100 companies coming to Nairobi in April to discuss the implementation matrix. And I look forward to see you. Perhaps you're coming. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Let's take another one. Prof, behind there on the side row.
Thank you very much, Jan, for the presentation. I reflect on your statement. You've said that for you, trade, when you are looking at trade, you look at the population that's being served. You feel excited about the population. And I'm also reflecting on the previous session where we talked about these advances in skills, in jobs also for the people and so on. And you also said that we need to look at the best practices from other regions. I always have a concern that our population in Africa is growing at a fast rate, faster than any of these things that we're talking about, faster than the product, the educating, the rate at which we're educating people, faster than the way we're developing the skills. When I was in the primary school, there was a typical mathematics question that a frog jumps 2 steps forward and then slides back 10 steps backwards. How long will it take to reach a certain destination? So the question, I think, is if we look at China, for example, China was able to control its population with its one child per family policy. So they were able to do many things in that period. But here in Africa, we've let it loose that, you can produce as many as 10 and go on, and you try to provide the universal primary education. It doesn't work because the numbers are overwhelming. So I just reflect on that. And since you are at the African Union level, you should be looking at Africa as, in your hands. Where do we proceed? How do we start with that? Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's a very, very good and pertinent question. Jacques, please, over to you. You are muted, Jacques. Unmute your mic.
Okay. Yes, that's done. Yes, I think they always mute participants. So yes, thank you so very much for those very pertinent and thought-provoking questions. Let me start with the second one, and this is to be very honest and blunt with you. When you come to think about it, Africa's population is actually, I would say it matches, or actually it doesn't even match its size, the size of the continent. Because when you come to think about it, the map of Africa has been disformed. What we usually see, it's not a true reflection of the map of Africa, the images that we see. Because within Africa as a continent, you can put a country like India. You can add so many other countries. There is this map that often go around in the social media depicting what I'm saying. So the point I'm trying to make here is the issue Africa has, it's not the size of its population. The problem Africa has, it is the inability to transform its potential and provide for its people. And this is why we hope and we need to work hard for the AFCFTA to deliver on its promises. You see, Africa, you take agriculture, for example. We shouldn't be be facing the type of problems that we had because of the crisis in Ukraine, with 65% of arable land in the world. If you take the issue of electricity, we shouldn't be having 700 million Africans not connected to the grid because of our potential. So I think, to me, yes, you're right in terms of not training our people at the speed that the population is growing. But I think it's also because we are stuck in the past. We are stuck in those traditional classical schemes, programs whereby you need to spend 6 years before you complete, let's say, primary. What is the point if after completing primary, you don't get anything to do, but yet you find yourself in the street? We have all these kids on the street. So even at that level, we should already be able to come up with curricula that will enable people to be able to do something even after 5 years or even less, because you have people in places like South Sudan, they've never been to school, and yet they are already at an age, an advanced age. Are you going to ask them to go back, spend 6 years, 7 years before they can get into the job market? These are some of the questions that we need to answer. I totally agree with the idea of speeding up that process, but looking at it from a very pragmatic perspective. What are the skills that are needed, for example, to fuel that automotive industry we're talking about? Do we have those? And train people to match that those initiatives. With respect to the issue of diaspora bond, no, I agree completely. I think there needs to be a conversation on, we need to renew the conversation on the African financial market, because we can then look at all these issues. how do we harness the strengths of some of the countries, because some are very advanced when it comes to these issues of diaspora bond, while some are still at the early stage or not even thinking about it. So I agree that a continental approach is more likely to benefit all the African countries, and even to be able to finance some of the mega projects that we have on the continent. The issue of mobility, yes, it's critical, it's key. We have a number of protocols, one on the protocol to the Abuja Treaty on free movement, right of residence and right of establishment and residence. It is taking the time that member states believe is needed to be, to be ratified, which unfortunately is very slow. But what I can also say is the AFCFTA is going to move a lot of things, move a lot of barriers, because as countries realize that they need skills in a particular sector, they are going to get those from outside. We received the experience from a colleague from Rwanda about the transformation that we see in the country, in particular in the education sector. And he was telling us basically those initiatives were not conceived just for Rwandans. They were conceived for any African who is willing to go and get trained there. So I think we are going to see countries, governments coming up with those type of programs. What is also interesting and important is that the number of African countries that are now allowing or granting visa upon arrival is increasing, which is very positive. We are going to see more and more as countries pushed by the private sector, by the civil society, they realize that that's actually a very pragmatic way of addressing issues of skill shortages, but also positioning their industries, providing their industry with the labor that is needed to really harness the potential of the AFCFTA. I think let me stop here for the sake of time.
Thank you very much, Jab. I think again you deserve another round of applause. Dear participants, I think we've come to an end of this session, but Ben is going to share with you the presentation and the contact for Ja, so that we can continue to engage with him in terms of the CFTA and the implementation status. So thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, thank you so much, presenter. Thank you so much, Mr. John Bosco Kalisa. Can we clap for him? Our apologies that we had to shoot this slightly deep into our time, and I want to thank you, the audience, for really sitting here attentively. And I think gauging from your interaction and participation, it tells us that this has been a very interesting topic that we would want really to have it continue. I just have two announcements to make. An earlier one that all presenters were here. You have a meeting at 6 at Holiday Inn Hotel. So please get there to again meet the team from GIZ. Tomorrow we shall begin a little bit later. So for those who are not being part of the earlier discussion that will take place in the day, we will request that you join and come here at about 10. We shall begin at 10:30. So you can spend a better part of the morning to visit the heart of Dar es Salaam. Our chief guest said, please leave all your money here. So please leave all the money in Tanzania, so you can walk around and get a souvenir to take home with you for those who have traveled from far and wide. Once again, to say thank you so much, and I wish us all a very good evening, and God bless you.